Well, I don't know. No one will say nothing. Then I'm worried it's something serious now. I'm kind of concerned. Oh, what am I? What? Okay, no, I'm confused. Uh,
Hello there.
hello there.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
There we go. Poopy. Poop. Okay. Previously, in my little poopy, out of shit. Right. Hi, Kiki. Is always happy to see you and all of you. I don't remember why are you following me. You may bet that I'll put Chaterino on this side. I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying to finish this one so I can try another thing. In the meantime, I can wait. I couldn't do something. Wait, let me see. Let me see what I have. Oh, Moose fuck. Never mind, I got distracted. Wow, Moose. Let me. I have so. What? What games do I have? I want. No. Hmm. Maybe we do a wheel. Whatever. Oh, yeah. Did you cry already, Kiki? help me out. And then you already paid your tax. Why does this rock exist? I imagine each other like, alrighty then. From the top rope. Yippee! Where there are so much cover. What the fuck? Ah. It's a doggy. Hey, Nessie. Oi. Shut the fuck up, golden retriever. Nobody asked you for your input. Aku. What? Asro. Boys, fucking down. Oh, I forgot this has a lot of big time event. Vale. Au. Come on. Fuck off. Move your stupid ass. I think Chihuahuas with more stamina. Courier twonk. This seems to be made with the intention of using a controller. Gladly works fine with mouse. Huh? What the fuck, man? Huh? Huh? Exactly. He chose Shelly of the other dogs that waiting for humans. I see. It doesn't make much sense. The kitty. No, I know, but the thing is that it doesn't, which annoys me. I know it's something picky of me, but literally we seen a dog with the missing the legs, but then this dog over here, the shepherd, literally had its brain removed, and then now it has it back. Why someone do when someone doesn't? Consistency. Oh my god. Wait. No, I thought someone cat punched me, but was this girl literally going for food. Please don't steal me my food again. I think the little dog. Okay, let's build on this part. Wait. 1 second. On the way. Fuck. More dogs. Oh. Fucking chocolate. Mr. Biggersworth. Biggersworth? I can't remember Kel'Thuzad's cat. The Buhh! Fucking... Thank you, pengu. Short. Very compelling name. I really like books despite being quotation marks an abomination. What's the matter? What? Oh. Okay. Let's go. There is a box close by. I just wish whoever breed the pugs try to correct the freaking genetical problems. I don't know if that's exactly what causes, but you can. Oh. Oh yeah, we passed this part with the freaking box. Brum, 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 brum. One, two. Three. Yes. I totally don't see any fouls in this plan. Oh, that was very cute. Ow! I... Ow! I toided! Oh, from the very beginning, fuck off. Is... Oh, okay, game. Is where... Is extremely demanding about the input. I shouldn't use this pad. Fuck off. Okay, let's try staying on the right. I cannot. Lovely. Yippee! By the way, I got an achievement for not hitting anything in the last attempt. I got a new friend. Say hello to friend. Okay, say hello one at a time, please. Hmm? Oh, okay. Ah, there she was. Ah, look at them having to crouch. Run, bitch! Run! No! What's your profanity? No, por Shiva. No, not the Shiva. Not the Shiva. No. Cease. But Islam. Wait. No, it's not ironic. If you see what you choose to see is your own thing. Alltså, han hjälpte jag. Fear the fury of the ankle beater. An asshole, I guess. I don't. Omae wa mou shindeiru. Freaking Mr. Biggsworth. It's just a flesh wound. Well, I was wondering. I don't know. There's a lot of things in this game doesn't make that much sense. work. Hmm? What? I don't know, thanks to you. Wait, why are you here again? I will go away from my father. Why is the Scumpy one here again? It took a lot of time to take him. Wait, is him? I don't remember. I'm confused. What is the? What is the? Oh my god, that walking animation. What is? Oh, oh. Ah, okay, this is the mother. No pooping. Or pooping, I suppose. There is not a... Eep, eep, eep. Eep, eep. Dun, 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 dun. Amy, my box. It's me box. Howdy, partner. Good what? Can we have some good bot in chat? Good bot. So what the fuck is that name? Cognitive strangulation 2. Huh? Hey, they saw their master. Give me your daddy. Hoppy. Hoppy. That's amazing. I know, everyone loves corgis. You don't have to say so. Oh, it's Scruffy's here. Papa. Why do I have to wait? Rather I go choose Pepo. It's going to sell me no other midway. Okay. Who's that? I smell father. Must be very close. Yeah. Thank you. Clearly, ludonarrative chunk of wood. I cannot. Fucking moody. My Little Pony Gamer, what the fuck? This is Poopy, the pony. Poopy. Hey, Nessie. Big doggo. Hi, Chauncey. Kiki. Shot point blank to Jose. Omni looks like an unicorn. Awesome. Oh. Look at that Jose running from the Oni-chan. Poor Oni. Wow, what a game. Oh, huh? Wait, what? What happened there? Huh? What happened? Wow. What happened there? What happened? Wait. He was having terrible thing. Oh my god, I thought it was a cheater for a moment. Because that was way too weird. Exactly, pretty good shot so far. The game decided to make only Pyramid Head for a moment. Hey, Lana. I don't. I believe I can fly. Hey, yo. I think that was a bit of an overkill. Clara. Clara. No, corta. Scruffy. Oh. No. El corgo. No. Sasro. Oh my god. Charge. Run, Forest. Meow. Look at it. Oh, I remember that I cannot spam as fast as I would like to because the game doesn't account for it. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I believe I can fly. Oh shit. I believe I can touch the sky. That's a lot of without gravity momentum. Oh my god. Fuck you, Newton. Pew! Oh, just is playing hood shutdown. Yay, prayers! I shall spread the gospel. Smile. Mew. Thank for the literally a Deus ex machina. The happy spins. Currently you're showing in the canyon. Happy spin, happy spin. Wait, what's behind me? What's that? Field of rest. Whoa. It's like the thing, if you will it, they shall come. Come. I think that was a wheat field though. I'm already sprinting. They shall come, Father. Yippee! The wiggle. have waited so long, haven't you? Alas, we meet again. I'm sorry. I miss you. I miss you? English. By Shun Lee. Tiene Shun Liu. Kim Kichou Cho. I'm bad with the with Korean names. Yippee! I mean, checks out that the monsters will play with the beard because the beard doesn't have a hello smile. Huh? Oh, that's the dog that Toby said, which is humongous. It's like mega husky. Oh, there is the Shiva. The Shiva's alright. Yippee! How cool is that, Spitten? Story farm. That explains. The cinematics were very well done, so it's kinda good. They had like assist. And to all the emotion teammates and their family who have been in this journey with us, we send our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Their emotion. Storyteller Shun Yu Lee, Bon Gu, 2022-07-20. And that's it, my little puppy. It was alright. I'm a bit picky and I think it could have been done way better. But still is a good game. Okay, let me do several shit in let me pull out let me see. Let me see. Because let me there we go. Let me log in. I sent to Rubia, fuck you, and I broke her operating system. There we go. Let me see, let me see. In the meantime, I get an answer. Let me. Oh. Whoa. Let me put something. Let me do this. Let me put it over here. Did I have a good video to watch? In the meantime, I don't remember. I think I did, but I don't remember. I think I did. Wait, 1 second. Let me check my phone. Let me see. No. Oh, I mean, there is a cool one to watch in the meantime. It's very short though. Okay. Hi Lopi. How you doing? Okay, let me put this. This part of the body is going to 100% get copyright. Smile. Uh, fuck. Keeps avoiding me. Let's spin the wheel. Who's ready to wait? Wait. Who's ready to spin the wheel of I don't have idea what to play? And the winner is the last hero of nostalgia. Woo! And yes, I use a Family Feud music because it's the only game show I know. Deal with it. By the way, this short video of 8 hours and 36 minutes is very good. The last hero of nostalgia. Buh. The kids playing VTube Studio. Oh. Last hero. Here. Okay. Game the last hero of nostalgia. Yeah. I was recommended this game by the old man Lurs. And I respect the input of old man Lurs. Let me, is my chat over there? Yes. Options, English, auto progress, dialogue, is window. I think it looks good so far. Okay, close this, we put that. Okay. New game. Very nice. Set this low. Set this low, Grad Hero. You need to not see the corpuses. Which corpuses? There we go. Show intro tutorials. They will help you understand the game a bit better and will help you find the fun. Sure. Please issue your overrun to enter a name. There we go. I see. I should say I'm around this. I like this one. Mine is a bit this one. And my body type is this one. We did this. I styled this. Shab we did this. And done. And what? I don't even know what is this word. I stay. Let me see. I don't know, guys. I think I like this one. And down, and yeah, I'm not sure what does that mean. That I'm down bad. Smile. Michi. What does Google say about it? Endowment definition says the action of endowing something or someone. Lovely. Endow, provide with a quality, ability, or asset. Give or bequeath an income of property to a person or institution. I don't get it. In the middle. There we go. I can be a Datadin, a noble stalwart defender of order, famous vitality. Datadins are champions of fidelity. They are well-rounded and versatile. A formateur, you. Brutal savage, wields heavy weapon, favors strength. Formateur produces the pixel of all who stands in their way, no weapon is too big. Resolutionary, a Swiss and evasive outsider, favors dexterity. Resolutions is the more friendly than others, they strike quickly to bring about change. Sorcerer, a channeler of nostalgia's primal energy favors source magic. Are not bound by any constraint of reality, they access something deeper. Random Master, a scoundrel with special critical hits, backstab, and parry, favors luck. Random Master employs tactics that confound others' luck and chance opportunity. Total defense. Let me use this stand. Oh my god. I'm going with the resolutionary. I like to solve problems. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
It is called Nostalgia, where the... Wait! Cut! Was that your customization screen? Ah, almighty save me. I don't know what you are, but you're no hero. So, I'm not playing the intro.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh. Oh. Oh.
And so it was the would-be hero became. Had it dignity, it would impale itself on its own appendages and rid us of its pixelated shame.
Shut the fuck up.
No? All right then.
Welcome.
The welcome host was absent. No one to tell the newest spawn what to do, or what it was.
Left shift. Shell space dodge. Hi Sammy! Kiki shoot Sammy. You're not alone, we have worked before you. Go back where you came from, hero lover. Thank you.
Nostalgia had become slightly unwelcoming to new heroes, and those who
Are these
assisted
legendary?
Get ratio nerds.
That is great.
Teehee. Okay. I cannot jump. It's all Dark Souls. All over again. What does this one say? It says F to lock on. But if I want to lock in. Hi. Use your icon to heal. Start with those use. It will be replenished when you get to the next checkpoint. Use it carefully. Yeah. You do use your icon and heal. No, thank you. I'm fine for now. screener. Anytime, press it when you need. Check your inventory to see it. How do I check my inventory? Description. These are the concerns. Okay. Switch stance. Oh.
The hero began to suspect that perhaps it wasn't love. The confused stick figure would find no answers in the narrator's library. A spreading pixelization had twisted everything and everyone into retro decay.
Oh. I died.
And so the stick figure proved its ineptitude.
Achievement. Get an achievement. Yippee! I feel achieved.
The audacity.
The audacity. Yes, I have at least that one. Do you see? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking one of yous. Oh. Axes. Hmm. Is the most important factor, however. Blah 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 blah. I got something. Access. No, seems like memory restore. There we go. Oh no.
Nostalgia's memories had flattened like books without pages. Oh, how the narrator mourned. Pixels were the problem.
Turn back. Oh. Oh shit. I want the item, man. Memory of an insignificant NPC. Whee! Ingeru da yo. Oh, item. Another item over there. We cannot reach that one from this way. Glided axe. Wait. From where do I access that item? Oh, I can run. Yippee! No, from here, clearly. Somewhere around here? Doesn't seem like so. I can run though. I'm tempted to try to explore over here, but clearly it's not meant to be.
What was this peculiar stick figure? And had it even noticed how retro everything was becoming? Of course not. It was made out of pixels. It was part of the problem.
Shut the fuck up.
The narrator decided to make some story edits.
Alright. Ay, that hurt. Nugget of cycles. Oh. Equipment. Yes, cycle. This really guys on this guy. Dexterity. Wait, what?
Suddenly, an ambush caught the hero unprepared.
Memory of an important NPC. Got my item. Yippee! Oculista spitten. Shuriken call. Whoa. This becomes access when you use it. Check the help menu for more information. Inventory. Uses access. And is dexterity and sorrows. How do I equip it? Oh, now how do I change? How do I change? Okay, I don't know how to change.
You know what I think? I think the world is sick, and you're like the final pixelated tumor. The narrator vowed to save the world. The narrator vowed to cut you from it.
Why are you so mean to me? Left control to sprint. Yeah, I already figured that one. What happened, Kiki?
Suddenly, a simple sentry transformed into an impossible adversary. One written to crush the stick figure on sight.
What? Let me see that. Let me see that. Oh, ah, he's so fucking cute. Oh my god, Kiki, thank you. Quack, 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 quack. Oh, he's so cute. Oh my god, he's so cute, Kiki. So cute. Don't give up, we need you. Access. Station room NPCs only. Is locked. Item. Silver sliver of tradition. What? Oh! Fuck off! Hello, Federal Station Room. Okay.
A beacon. A conduit through which heroes once communed with Nostalgaia. Don't you dare lay your pixels upon it.
Just makes a red saw. Oh. Like the beacon.
By the Almighty.
Oh.
Possible.
Smart.
You're... What in the void are you?
Stick person figure.
Oh, you don't know what you are, or why you're here. Do you want me to guide you? You are no hero, and I am no travel brochure. Now, I have no idea what your little gestures were meant to convey, probably rude, but I will tell you what you are. Proof that Nostalgaia is dying.
Level up. You look ability look at. Oh. Wait, what is? Let's raise a bit the vitality. Actually, let me. I tend to like even numbers because I'm like kind of. So now you're one to backtrack. Tether to a beacon before you do so. Later, when you are finished backtracking, you can warp to your tether beacon. Beacon where you left off. Tether set. Hall of Fairness. To me. No, you can really become so. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, ow. Game over. You fuck. Yes. That's why Kiki's the goat. The goat. Can I backstab you? Clearly not. Seems kinda easy to kill, maybe? Oh shit. Oh, fuckers. Oh. Yippee! What's your problem with my slender figure, Matt? Smile. Let me see. Let me try. This is strength and dexterity. This is somehow dexterity, so. Oh no! Also Heimat. Yes, wait. Reminds me of Rose once, and also This one I seem to have access to. Question, Kiki. Can you try speeding up the frames in which they are the time between frames? Oh. Wait. There we go.
Figure wondered why Nostalgia's denizens had turned on their heroes. The narrator loved the old heroes, but conceded the mobs were right to loathe the stick figure.
Do option miss. Oh, this is the room of NPCs only. Remember to occasionally miss. Remember to smile while you stab them. Live sound. I see. It's not stable. Yeah. Rune relative feather. What's heavier? Increase stamina regen. Oh. That's nice. Oh, a recycle bin. Die with gratitude. Can I open you? Oh my god. Vehicle 3D. Fireplace stone. Fuck off. It's locked. NPC city. Left control to descend quickly. Okay. Oh, those are clearly some enemies. Let me see. Let me put bark to have the compare. Let me put the someone else's Rose. Rose is way too fast, and yours is. I think I like more this one you made now. This. Is blocked. Thank you, Kiki. Everyone, remember to say thanks to Kiki. She's the goat. The goat. Be our hero. Access. Fuck. Wait, what? Oh. Well, was wondering if it was like how do I change this? Yes, Kiki has made a lot of cities and a ton of cute emotes. And a lot of he has yes. Let me think. Controls. Yippee! Let's spin. Oh, that's great. Neither. How do I? Ayo, game? I cannot. I cannot roll. This is. I would like to know how to change my. True. How do I change? I want to change my keep shit. This one is also locked. Fuck off. This one opens. Memory is
Are not worthy.
okay.
No! The
Oh.
hero was rejected.
Spirit of Heroines. Okay. Ooh.
No! The spirit had a final form. A final form.
Oh. Okay, I have to run when it does that. Smile. Oh my god, it goes from 1 to 100. Huh?
No! The spirit had a final form. A final form.
Ow. Okay. Oh, that hurt. Okay, didn't hit me gladly. Ow! It kicked me. Mm. Oh my god, I killed everything I had. Ah. Okay, time to level up a bit. I want to try to parry. Fuck off. Fuck off. Seems like so. Let's try with this big fella. Oof. It hurts when he rises it up. The fuck? Let me see, can I? No. Interact, select next item. D-pad! Does the number do something? Select next item. Can it be?
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
I might be at that thirsty. I cannot change my controllers. Ah. Okay, let me see. This might give me the victory against the first boss. Okie dokie. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you for modding and doing amazing emotes. I'm fine. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Actually, this will work. Buh. Hmm? Nice access. Oof. Okay. Oh. Open the door. Flap. Easy target. Oh, this is the beginning. Okay. Okay. Looking good. Ooh, critical hit. Super kind of support. Oh. I was for I forgot that I went to prom. If someone released too far gone from it. Oh, wait, what? Oh. It literally does a lot of damage. And he's quite fast. Interesting. I should do some music since the game doesn't seem to have any from the current moment. No, I'm not going to put that. why not? Level up. Vitality. Why am I so stupid? If I'm not going to use the shield, why I have to keep it? There we go. Bim, 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 bim. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. My god. Monka. Blood of Nostalgia. The fires are also useful. Source to the interesting. So it's like unappliable, like a poison. Hi, Ototototototom. How you doing? Let me see.
Booster.
I certainly did it. Oh,
Oh my fucking god. Monkey flip.
Oh,
I was wondering why I was catching fire so quickly.
yeah.
Feel better. I'm chilling. I'm tired. I arrive to this weekend extra tired. Opening. Okay, and this is where I was before, right? Yep. Check us out. I miss. Oh fuck. It's giving me corruption. Oh, pick up. Poke jump. Fragment tradition. Oh. Oh yes, please. Thank you so much. May your prayers be here. Okay. Okay, seems like I have to fight the boss. Let me see the level up. Oh. And now we try the boss. The boss.
No! The spirit had a final form. A final form!
Fuck. Oof. Fuck me. Yes. Shell of Inspiration. ¿Así? Hey, congrats. This is gratitude message will never stop. The last green nostalgia is a mystery. What are you? What happened to this war? What is expected of you? You won't be handed on answers. Can you cover them? No. I'm too stupid for that. Stability, weight, physical source. Fuck off. Can I rest because I think I lost all my healing items. I should have like one level to level up. Fuck, Promutum. Level up. Let me even first my levels and then I can master some of them. Flow.
The spirit's blessing is... It was undeniable that the scattered bundle of sticks remained pathetic, but something was amiss. The narrator, never confused, was curious.
Fuck off. marvelous.
Look upon the world around you. What you have restored by your touch. A hero is known by their actions. Yes, I know what you are, or rather, what you might prove to be. You do not know yourself, though, do you? Memory of what was is vanishing, but do not despair. Through your journey, you may yet discover your nature. Your touch upon this beacon has caused a remembering of what was. That jagged blade you scavenged, can you hear its whisper? Rummage through your belongings and find it. Look to the jagged blade.
Continue. Description. The ring has a special memory. Anyone else throws me to the heart of... Oh. The remember it, you will get stronger. Also, this memory could anywhere in the world. In the correct... Oh. This in the correct location will keep it in the inventory. Use your inventory on old man. Try standing beside the old man, selecting this real and choosing remember. Wait, how do I choose remember? What is the remember moment? Wait.
Look to the jagged.
How do I remember? Lord. Oh, there we go. Spin slash regen stamina. Remember relief will be stronger. As you can remember different relics will gain permanent side bonuses. This is remember relics and see permanent status. Insight. Oh. Yes.
Remarkable. I had feared such depth to be lost forever. You may be whom I've been waiting for. Nostalgaia is dying. The great forgetting is taking us all. We degrade into pixelization and then oblivion. Heroes, the great ones most especially, were meant to save Nostalgaia, but they have forsaken their purpose. They now choke the arteries meant to carry memory back into our world's heart. I remember their failures, but I shall not lecture you. Who they were and what they did must be yours to discover, yours to make meaning from. The first great one wails from within the depths of Nostalgaia's minds. Good luck. Deciphering where to once restored, they will each yield on and through those through your deeds.
شو صار؟ ها؟ Oh, my eye. Inside. Okay. This one is kinda slow though. Even two-handed. This is physical 169. Spin slash reduction stamina only. I like the game because it's faster. Oh, item. Heart of Arrow, Heart of Touch. Armor. Drip. Finally. Fucking look.
And so, at an old man's behest, the stick figure raised its frail limbs to limply push onward. The hero's journey, too arduous for its meager pixels, would prove a humorous spectacle.
Access. Show joviality. Yes.
Soon the walking scribble would understand all that was lost.
Is heavily inspired on Dark Souls 1. Oh. Good game design ahead. Yes. Critical. Oh, access. Get your quest and leave. Keep moving. I will keep moving. Oh, lovely. Access. Can I backstab you? No, but I clearly crit you. Ooh! More drip. Now this is a cooler drip. Memory of an important NPC. Fuck me. Oh, I think I had an item that required like a holy place. Yes. Wow. Oh, oh my god. Oh, nice. You don't matter. Okay. Prickly mirror call. Oh, okay. Wait, did you say him look at somewhere else? My tupi? Unlocked elsewhere. Wouldn't be locked elsewhere? Buh. What's the memory of this one? Killed saviors fallen.
answers yet, fledgling. Or any new questions? The citizens of Nostalgaia did not always loathe heroes. We once loved them. And what shall we make of you, I wonder? You walk the hero's path, but you do not quite fit the hero's mold. Perhaps that will serve you. Are you here to save us? Or are you part of our doom? To understand where your path leads, you must understand its origin. Nostalgaia chose you. So listen to her relics.
Oh. I think that can be remembered here. Oh. Increase stamina, aggression, next one. Needed 3. An item. Equipment. No, inventory. And how do I think can be remembered here? Oh, and which one? As soon as I am gonna feel, you know, the browser. Actually, this one seems like better for the time being. And is this place a shop? Oh, no, a brote.
What a thing to be rendered as you are. In a world, and to be that world's only. The almighty inspiration must be desperate or very... What a thing. Or...
One can be... I would like to know which one, but it doesn't say. Inventory. Kill. Saviors. Fallen. Maybe is this one. Let's see. Bottom. Legend of Independence. Legend of the past. Oh, I'm slow. Wait. Hi, Blue said. Yes, I'm playing this game that you recommended to me. How you doing? How you doing, old man? Oh, I hope the rest of it gets better. Heroes are forever. No access. Ooh, item. Tiny cardboard box. Oh. Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
I said hello with my own mouth. That was amazing. Golly, you look so heroic. Aren't these walls the most wally walls you've ever seen? I think I'll stay in this corner. It really is wonderful to exist. Do you have a quest? Whoa. One day, I might try to do something. Talking is fun. Hello. I said hello. That was a...
I'm tempted to kill him. Oh, access. Ah, I can. Interesting. Even his look is barely hanging in there. Oh. Memory of an important NPC. Okay, so some of these doors can be opened, which originally I didn't expect. Holy shit though. Master Chief Lead. This looks like a shop. Oh, nice. Edge of Entropy. Uber. What happened, King? What's the point of coming here? I was matching your... Oh, I see. Fair enough. I didn't even realize I said, Okay, I know where this is. What else? Any other doors that I know acknowledge that can be opened? No doors in here. This one. Aha. Ahora the doors being pixelated is not a good thing for my wee brain. Wee brain. Interact. Whoa. Wait. Rune was full move. Rune. Also a common move. No glitch with sequence of indisparate runes. This is not how this system was meant to exist. Marking also with these runes will up your critical chance. It's not it's a consumable. Okay, nothing in here can be. It's not stable. I was going to. Okay. I'm slowly having a firm grip of the game. I hope so. Okay, I think I opened all the doors that were around here. Yeah. Let me use the souls. What do you say? Al fruit. Oh my god. Inflation. Level up. Fuck me. There we go. I love how the scroll actually doesn't scrolls. You have anything to say?
What a thing to be that
Bye.
world's only.
Fuck off. Stop it. Stop right there, you criminal scum.
What had its story been? What telling had spawned it? Whatever its origin, Nostalgaia did not want it.
Murder. Oh. Oh. Even armor remembers. Oof, that's going to be annoying.
Perhaps some fragment of it was heroic. A tiny, imperceptible, forgotten fragment. So much was forgotten.
Is locked. Ooh, a chest. Just to be. Okay. Oh, you are dead die. I think land on the desired side. Consult to make enemies. Oh, there's something here. Like the floor is different render. You think he wants to be remembered? No. Version of Independence. Oh. Oh, okay. The Returner. Oh, item. In here. Teeny tiny cardboard box. Are you good? Are you a good NPC? What the? Yeah?
Must try hurt us. Our bond when hero hurt us. Heroes. Our bond.
Should I hurt you?
Our bond when hero hurt us. Heroes. Pathetic.
Hey! Cute chicken. Fuck off! Hey, I opened this one.
Suddenly, a cow.
Logan, no. Fuck off. Caliber of... I need to remember. Okay. Sure. This is damage to evil. Let me chill, let me chill, let me chill, let me chill. Whoa. Nice spin attack. I need to... Are you an enemy? Yes. Or you were an NPC? Now I'm confused. Anti-hero pothead. Huh? What the fuck is that?
Golly gosh, look at you! You really are retro, huh? Neat! I'm the Reservoir of Pain. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's difficult to know who you can trust. I get that. Cryptic old men who can't remember their purpose. Forgotten relics wailing on about their tortured memories. And nobody telling you exactly what to do. You've been left to figure things out for yourself. And that's terrible. So, let me help. Nostalgia was a gauntlet where heroes would journey, suffer a bit, unfortunately, and then sacrifice themselves back to the world's heart so that new stories could begin. These new stories were inspired by what came before. They built on the beauty of the past. But heroes quit letting go. They grew obsessed with maintaining their dominance, living their own legacies. And without new inspiration, Nostalgia is being forgotten. Anywho, If selfish heroes won't give themselves back willingly, a real hero will have to make them let go. Then, Nostalgaia's heart will open again. The first Great One chokes Nostalgaia from the depths of her mines. All you gotta do is kill it. I can't believe nobody told you that explicitly. That must have been really hard for you. The first Great One chokes Nostalgaia. I can't. That must have been really.
I'm gonna find an NPC on bows. Bows. Anything wants to be remembered here? No. Oh, these are the mines?
The lanky bundle wobbled and climbed, ever eager to reach some height unsuited to it.
Okay. Whoa. Increases stamina, reaction speed. Ow. The fact that I didn't kill it off from one heavy attack is quite bad in my opinion. I want to check in here because say I had something. What was the something?
What a thing to be that world's only.
Oh shit. Well, I'm glad I was close by. Alter balance. Oh. I might soon have to go consume foods.
A hero will come. A hero will come. Leave my door. A hero will. Was that slaughter I heard? Oh, how my beloveds used to slaughter so.
Oh, it's last.
Who be you? My. No. I love you too much. We cannot risk it unless. Should you come upon something with which I could restrain myself in your presence, a manacle or a shackle of some fidelity, bring it to me so I shan't ravage you unduly. Then I would open my clink.
Manacles?
Here my.
Watch him.
Ah, my hero. Welcome to my shop. I have long longed for you, my radiance. We all did. Once. I wish you could experience the parade. Banner maidens and clamoring children all thronging the streets to glimpse our salvation. Our markets overflowing with the bounty each hero's deeds had brought us. That was enough. But we have forgotten. I must never unbind myself in your presence, my everything. For should the great forgetting take me, I could not bear that these pixels I was should turn ravenous upon you. I would make your journey such is the artistry of your humble servant, and of the easy maker kin I still remember. But never must I make such an ease of it as to devalue your quest. Therefore, 'tis for memory I will trade, for meaning, my meaningful. When they began to kill us for maintaining the vigil of our love, our conviction only grew. From the depths of the sunken oasis, where all the unwanted congealed, we rallied. Though perilous, we gathered relics, symbols of hope for the good heroes we knew would spawn, or symbols of hope for us that good ones would. And here you are. Oh, some of our smuggling crates remain here in my shop. But alas, their keys are... When they began to kill us for me from the and...
Noble speed. To even damage to beast. AC maker holders. Homing pixel code. Shell of Nostalran. I kind of want to pick up the torch. Vibrating sword. Sure. I like collecting shit. Damage to beast. Damage to abomination. Damage to evil. Damage to humanoids? And evil. Evil. Damage to humanize, and damage to evolve. Anything here? Oh! Oh, I need money to actually remember that one. Okay, so this is a shopkeeper. Oh shite. Oh well, I didn't have any room to begin with. Oh, I forgot that there was something I wanted to loot. It's okay. It was all according to my plan. Dry offense. Dry up. Oh, by the way, how much is this one? It's allegedly better. Still kinda slow. I'm slowed. Solely happiness.
Golly, you look so.
Continue. I miss so much that I feel embarrassed. How do you reach that place? That one is close. Ow, ow. Stop it. Do I have any soul? No. What? Nice. Meat. Eating here vibrating. No. I have to go to eat, so I will look for, in a moment I will look for a video. I will be watching it from my phone. Smith's hammer.
Such ruin.
Oh.
Such waste.
Oh,
What did you find?
a hammer?
Are you a hero?
Yes.
I'm an apprentice smith. Or I was meant to be. I've sought some memory of Nostalgia's crafting tradition, but all I've found is forgotten. With no masters to teach me, I'll never become a smith. That ain't no crude tool, friend. It's the smith's hammer. The instrument of Nostalgia's greatest craftsfolk. Any apprentice would know it, even in its current state. A shame it don't remember itself. That ain't no crude tool. It's the smith. A shame it don't remember.
Ah, my eyes.
What did you do? I ain't worthy. I'll do my utmost to honor and carry forth our traditions. The hammer has bound itself to me, or bound me to it. My skills are meager, but should you find a workable anvil, you can use this relic to summon me. I'll improve your arms best I can. The smith's hammer is the transcending all who swing it. It's the primordial repository of our art. Such legacy. Of course, it still clings to some memory. Throughout the cycles, each of Nostalgia's masters wielded the hammer to enhance relics for our heroes. I've always longed to be a smith, to be a part of that. Miners in the cliffs above Oreshaft once excavated and raided great repositories of ore. Should you find an anvil there, with enough fidelity for my craft, use the smith's hammer to summon me. Limited as my skills may be, I'll serve you. Might even find a lingering master there who can learn me a thing or two. Ain't much likely, but a little hope is something. Miners in the should limit might even ain't much like.
Anything else wants to be remembered? No. Oh, Silver of tradition. Consider lost. No. I happen a bit. But now I shall have foods. I shall go consume and devour in a bit. As soon as I reach the hammer, smile, the anvil. Back move. A shower. There we go.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Okay, okay. Wow, I didn't even check this place. remember shell. Oh, I had a shell. Didn't I grab it? Oh, I'm missing an ability. Wow, all smile. Actually, are you staying? Oh, yeah, the cow. I already forgot. Aku. A Gridner. Wow, look at the pixels. Axes. And more axes. Fuck off. Watch out for rush. No enemy ahead, I already killed it. Trip patience. Let's ignore the Kirby wannabe. Gold shortage hunters wanted?
Whoa! You found a workable anvil. This
Yeah.
forge used to refine the ore extracted from Nostalgia's mines. Mostly theatrics, really, for the sake of you and yours. But some materials were used for meaningful things, like improving our heroes' arms. Took pride in our work back then. No sign of a master smith? Well, I have some crude skills. I'll aid you. Best I can, hero.
Infuse. Oh. Who chooses me? Iki. I see. Infuse. What is I? Stop.
If you find another anvil, especially with a master smith, remember to summon me.
And I do it then. Cusp. Okay, let me boop boop. Let me grab any video which we can watch. Let me see. Let's go with Wendigoon. He must have something. He must. Stays every time changes the disturbing truth of heart of what? this. No, wait, I already know that game. Which one? I already watched this one. Okay. Share media. Yeah. And my VR vertex. Be right back. I'm on chat having some phones. Wee. Let me this.
When I was making the video for Heart of Darkness, I was reading about a bunch of stories in the Congo in the 1880s, since, you know, that was the setting that the book took place in, and it used the tragedies of the time as a backdrop. Well, there was one story that kept coming up in research. One story that was so prevalent in the late 1800s that many believe Conrad used it as inspiration for the antagonist of the novel, Mr. Kurtz. The setting for this real and terrible story is the failed Emin Pasha relief expedition. An expedition that went so wrong it was the last sanctioned private expedition into Africa ever, at least, you know, by European nations. And we're going to talk about that some, but what I want to focus on today is a bizarre controversy that came out of this expedition. And that's a question that's believed by many, but debated by some. Did the grandson of the founder of Jameson Irish Whiskey pay to have a young girl cannibalized in the Congo? Now, I believe the answer to that question is yes, probably. Well, talk about it. So hello everybody and welcome to a very dark and bizarre historical controversy. A controversy more commonly known as the Jameson Affair. Now, first things first, what we're going to be talking about today is pretty gruesome, and I'm going to be reading some firsthand accounts of the time, which are pretty nasty. So viewer discretion advised. Totally understand if you don't want to hear about this. Also, a couple of housekeeping notes. The redacted collection is available till, I think, January 11th. So get in on the hat, jacket, notebook, and t-shirt while you can, and if you decide to support, thank you. It means a lot. Also, as I announced at the end of the Heart of Darkness video, Apocalypse Now will be posted to this channel. Yes, if you didn't watch the last video, I'm talking about the Francis Ford Coppola movie will be uploaded here. If you need context, again, see the end of the last video. I'll make a community post or a tweet when we have the exact time for the watch party. I figured it'd be better to do it after the holidays. But even if you can't make the exact show time, it'll stay up on the channel for the foreseeable future. So hopefully you all enjoy that, and thank you for the excitement you've expressed after I announced that. I'm pretty excited about it too. So with that out of the way, if you're excited or terrified to hear about today's story, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the Jameson Cannibal Affair. And something else that's disturbing is someone stealing your information while you're browsing the internet. And I'm sure to a lot of us, internet safety seems so complicated we don't know where to start. But thankfully today's sponsor, ExpressVPN, has you covered. ExpressVPN is a VPN, or a virtual private network. It masks your IP address whenever you're browsing the internet, meaning companies or people who are up to no good can't get your personal information. On top of that, it encrypts and routes your internet usage through secure servers. Typically, if you're on public Wi-Fi or a private network like one at work, everyone on that network can see what you're doing. But ExpressVPN lets you browse the internet securely and privately. On top of that, some websites are straight up different if you're in one part of the world compared to another. Websites like Netflix and Amazon have entirely different catalogs based on your region. Well, with ExpressVPN, all you have to do is switch your server to another country and boom, you have access to a whole new world on the internet. The thing I personally like about ExpressVPN is it's tailored to everything I do. If you use the desktop version, it does everything I need on the desktop. If I download the app, it does everything I need on my phone. In the last ARG video, I was trying to find a book that's only available in Japan. I couldn't find it on American Amazon, but when I switch my server to Japan, there it is. And ExpressVPN now has tiered pricing, so you can pay for as much as you want. The basic plan that still gives you 10 devices to connect is only $3.49 cents per month, or 12 cents a day. Internet safety is one of those things a lot of people don't think about until it's too late. So don't take that chance and find out how you can get up to 4 extra months of ExpressVPN by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link in the description below or going to expressvpn.com/Wendigoon. That is right, by using my link you can get up to 4 extra months when you sign up now. Again, that's scan the QR code or click the link in the description at expressvpn.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring the video. Their link will be in the description. We are back to the episode. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So to make this story make sense, let's talk about what was happening in Africa at this time. In the late 1800s, a lot of European nations were trying to grab up as much territory in Africa as possible. The land was full of natural resources, and Europeans were using it to cultivate everything from rubber to elephant ivory. To many, this was seen as a humanitarian effort. The Europeans were bravely going to a less advanced region and teaching them things like technology, communication, and transportation, when in reality the only Asian they really got was exploitation. Several European nations warred against various tribes across Africa, commissioning other tribes to go to war with them. Loopholes and rules around prisoners and punishment allowed for legal slavery. And between disease, famine, and constant skirmishes, people died on either side a lot. However, in the midst of things being pretty bad for most places in Africa, things were really bad in what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's because in 1885, the King of Belgium, Leopold II, didn't make the Congo an extension of Belgium as other nations did with their territories. Instead, he bought and personally owned the entire region, calling it the Congo Free State. Meaning all of the rules of ethics and trade that other nations had to be clever to avoid, or at least not talk about, didn't matter if the entire country is your own private territory. And again, this was all done under the guise of ethics and helping the local people out, but you can imagine how that went. Well, something that was common around this time was privatized expeditions. Say a country didn't want to send a military force into the jungle to just chart maps or look at local wildlife. Instead, private explorers would raise money and then host their own expeditions. These would be sanctioned by governments because they're often using government land or government equipment, but the routes and objectives were figured out by private explorers. And in the 1800s, these explorers were the European equivalents of rock stars. They were going to new worlds. They were putting new names on maps. Many would come back telling stories of waterfalls, mountain ranges, and animals that other people could hardly imagine. And one of the most famous of these explorers was Henry Morton Stanley. Stanley hosted several expeditions down the Nile River and through the Congo. He's most famously remembered for his hunt for the missing missionary, Dr. Livingstone. However, it would be the expedition that we're talking about today that would seem to be the most troubling of his career. An expedition that he was initially praised for, but then blamed for bringing to light the dark travesties that happened in Africa. So what was the reason for the Amin Pasha Relief Expedition? Well, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. Countries having land in Africa. See, in the early 1880s, Egypt had control of a region known as Equatoria, a region that is the southernmost part of what is today South Sudan. Equatoria was an Egyptian territory, but the governor of Equatoria was a man named Amin Pasha. He was the designated leader set to rule over the land on behalf of Egypt, and that was going well for him until 1885. See, in the Sudan region, there was a man named Muhammad Ahmad. Ahmad was an Islamic religious leader who was tired of the Egyptian rule in Sudan, so he led a revolt to kick the Egyptians out. And the revolt went surprisingly well with the capture of Khartoum in 1885. This siege effectively cut off Equatoria's communication and supply line with the rest of Egypt, meaning that effectively Pasha, as well as all of his men, are now trapped there. And considering Ahmad's followers, or Mahdists as they were called, were willing to have a war to kick the Egyptians out, they're probably not going to let this guy live in peace. So in Europe, there began to be an international concern over what will happen to Pasha. Egypt didn't have interest in staging a full-scale war or the capability to do so all the way down to the bottom of Sudan, and other nations wanted to keep their militaries out of it as well. So a few explorers in Europe began to think, what if there was a private expedition to get Pasha out? And Henry Stanley, being one of the most famous and acclaimed explorers at the time, was picked to be the man to lead the expedition. Again, this was a private expedition, but it had the blessing of several European nations. This became especially pressing in February of 1886, when Egypt said that they had intentions to just forget about Equatoria, including, all their stuff and people that are still there. So through the years, Stanley began putting together his team. A team made up of former soldiers, expeditionists, naturalists, and the best minds that he could find. The expedition consisted of 5 officers who hired guides, guards, and couriers, all in all, which by the time they reached Africa, totaled to about 700 men. Before they left London, Stanley gave a speech. In it, he said their purpose is not to destroy or fight with the natives of the land, but to save a man who needs their help. Keep that motive in mind for later. Amongst the people picked for the expedition was a naturalist named James Jameson. James Jameson was the grandson of John Jameson, the founder of Jameson Irish Whiskey, a brand that is today the best-selling Irish whiskey in the world. So James himself came from a lot of money, but his interests didn't lie in the family business. Instead, he was interested in nature. By this time, Jameson had done several expeditions across the world, from the Rocky Mountains of the United States to Africa on multiple occasions. He was the first to identify several bird species in Africa, and birds like the Jameson's firefinch and the Jameson's antpecker are named after him. All that to say, despite his pampered upbringing, he was qualified for the job. Just ignore the title of the video and pretend like you don't know where this is going. Now, an important thing to point out about this expedition is it was not an entirely righteous rescue mission. There were financial motivations behind this, and that was clear from the get-go. At the time of the expedition, Stanley was under the personal hire of Leopold II. So to make this trip make everyone happy, rather than doing the thing when looking at a map would make the most sense and approaching South Sudan from the east, they instead were to take the Congo River through the Congo Free State, which Leopold II owned, so that they could move goods and do business and trade while also trying to save the governor. And also, Leopold II was real big on buying up personal territory. So if Egypt doesn't want Equatoria, well, I guess I know someone who will very righteously of their own accord go save the governor and also maybe perhaps keep the land when we're done. Maybe, just throwing that out there. They were also to transport about 75 tons of ivory on this voyage, but really the governor is who we're here for. The expedition itself was incredibly well funded. In addition to the money they raised, they also had new equipment like the Maxim machine gun. The Maxim they took was actually the first Maxim to ever make it to Africa. They also had a 28-foot steel boat called the Advance that could be broken up into 12 sections and carried over land to reassemble and continue on later. Everything was going great until they got there. On March 18th, they made it to the Congo, and as soon as they got there, no one knew they were supposed to be there. Communication lines had been down and nothing was prepared for their arrival. So a lot of the expedition's food and supplies had to be bartered for on site, which was also a problem because no one wanted to trade with them. And a big reason for that was someone they brought with them. On the way to the Congo, they went along the east side of Africa first to stop in Zanzibar. There they picked up a man named Tipu Tip. Tip was an incredibly wealthy explorer and trader in Africa. He had supply lines across the continent, and Leopold II was interested in using him to transport goods for this expedition and, maybe potentially future business, I guess, if it comes up. Well, the reason the local Africans didn't want to trade with the expedition was because of Tip. Why, you may ask? Well, because the way Tip made his money was by being one of the most prolific slavers of all time. He is considered the second wealthiest Muslim slave trader in history. The only guy that beat him is Mansa Musa, an emperor. Tipu Tip was such a prolific slaver that he had trading stations set up along the Congo River to move his own slaves. Not a network of selling or trading other people's slaves, just his own. And it was on this very same Congo River where the expedition had now brought him to do business. So yeah, the locals didn't care for that. On top of that, several of the boats they were promised were not ready yet, so they had to commandeer other boats and split up the parties. Stanley broke the group up into 2 columns, the forward column and the rear column. Expeditions like this take years, so you need a steady supply line to the front to make sure the expedition can keep moving. So the rear column was to maintain supplies and keep a steady flow of them to the front as the front pushes further into Africa. The cannibalism question will arrive out of something that happened in the rear column. So for now, let's talk about what happened to the front column. As soon as they got out on their own, things started to go bad. Members of the front column would periodically die of disease. They would be attacked by various native tribes, a few dying off at a time. And over several months, the forward column ran out of food and were getting more and more desperate. Eventually, Stanley, leading this forward column, made it to Lake Albert, the place where he thought Pasha was supposed to be. Well, he then gets word that Pasha heard they were coming, so he tried to move closer to them and kind of like passed each other on the way. Finally, Stanley finds Pasha on April 29th of 1888, over a year since they first started up the Congo. The initial plan was the forward column was going to bring enough food to support Pasha and his men if they had been starving or had their supplies cut off. But by the time they got there, they were the ones starving and Pasha had to feed them. Also, just a weird side note, they had brought 3 bottles of champagne to celebrate whenever they finally found him, and they still had the champagne when they got there, meaning in the midst of all the death and the shooting and the trading, Stanley was not going to let those bottles go. So they get to Pasha, and something happens that Stanley could never have accounted for. Pasha doesn't want to leave. Despite the attacks from the Mahdists, who are continuing to take ground, and despite Egypt saying that they're going to let Equatoria go, he wants to stay there. See, he has his own command over armies and people and capital, and he's convinced that if they can get communication lines back up, everything will be fine. And Stanley thinks this is a horrible idea and they should go right now. Now, some will point to that and say perhaps Stanley was just acting on King Leopold's ideas. Like, King Leopold wants the governor to leave so that can become another one of his territories. And while that might be true somewhat, I feel like Stanley also, after having been, sick and hungry and being shot at in the jungle for a year, doesn't want to be there anymore. The forward column initially consisted of 389 men, and by the time they made it to Pasha, there was only 169 of them left. Either way, it doesn't matter for now because Stanley doesn't have the resources to go back all the way they just came. So he has to spend nearly another year there going to local forts and putting together more soldiers. Now you would think, wouldn't he have more people on the rear column to help with this supply thing? Again, we'll get to what happened to them. But Stanley wouldn't have enough resources to make the trek back until April of 1889. And at that point, Pasha still didn't want to go. So on April the 5th, the two had a very heated argument where Stanley said he is leaving April 10th with or without Pasha. So on April 10th, Stanley leaves and Pasha comes with him. Again, taking nearly a year once more to get back out. Although this time they passed through various other European territories that helped them out on the way. Also, to add to the absurdity of this whole thing, in December of 1889, the group was in a German territory, and apparently the Germans had a big banquet for them while they were there, and during the banquet, Pasha got so drunk that he fell out of a window and nearly died. Could you imagine? Like they spent 3 years trying to get this guy, and then he died in a German territory in Africa because he fell out a window. Eventually, the forward column meets up with what remained of the rear column, and everyone returned to Europe in 1890. Stanley wrote a book about his experience called In Darkest Africa. The book was a bestseller, the men were acclaimed as heroes, and all was well for a while. See, like I said, a lot of people died on the expedition, and it wasn't just the local workers, some of them were European officers and officials. So a lot of people had questions as to what happened in Africa. More specifically, what happened to the rear column? See, the rear column was left in the command of someone named Edmund Barttelot. Barttelot was a former British Army officer and was left over the rear column to take care of the supplies. Well, when Stanley got back to Europe, all that he wrote in his book was that Barttelot had been shot, and James Jameson, who was also left in the rear column, had died of illness. As you could imagine, this explanation wasn't good enough for a lot of people. They naturally wanted to know what went so wrong, but anytime he was asked, Stanley seemed hesitant on the matter. A few European survivors of the rear column, men like William Bonney, had told Stanley what they had witnessed, and Stanley, very purposefully, didn't say what he heard in the book. Well, after enough journalists came asking, eventually, in 1890, Stanley broke his silence. The first major statement of his being published in the Times on November 8th of 1890. See, everyone thought perhaps Stanley was hiding some tale of heroism from the two men that would overshadow his own. or perhaps some tale of failure on his part that led to the men's death. But what Stanley was actually doing was trying to preserve their image, one that was inevitably shattered when the truth came out. It seems that, as corroborated by many of the survivors, things went wrong for the rear column almost immediately. The plan was they would stay behind with the supplies, and then Tipu Tip would get a line of couriers, or at least Stanley referred to them as couriers in his book. In reality, they were just slaves. Tip would have slaves create a supply line for them so that they could continue forward. Well, there was a miscommunication regarding what Tip needed. He was going to trade with slave traders he knew in the region to make a supply line to the front. However, these traders were only interested in trading ammunition that Stanley's forward column had taken with them. So with no means of establishing a supply line, Tip just left, meaning the whole rear column was to sit around awaiting further orders. In the first several months, the rear column ran low on food, and as mentioned, several of the locals didn't want to trade with him. So, in desperation, members of the rear column began kidnapping people from local villages and holding them as ransom in order to get food and supplies. As this was happening, they were periodically attacked and disease began to set in. It's not known exactly how many died because several deserted once they realized things were going bad. This in combination with the fact they hadn't heard from Stanley's forward column in some time. For all they knew, those guys were dead too. But what we do know is out of the over 300 who were left in the rear column, only double-digit numbers remained. From the account Stanley echoed, Bartolot began to lose it. According to Stanley, it sounds that Bartolot began to sow discourse among the men, saying things like, "Why do you think Stanley always returns from Africa alone?" implying that their leader had brought them out there to kill them. According to Stanley's November 8th statement, quote, "I was told that Major Bartolot's life was saved twice by Mr. Bonney. Once when Major Bartolot had suddenly seized a woman and fastened his teeth in her shoulder. I was told that frequently Major Bartolot would cause his black followers to shrink before him by standing in their path in front of the advancing natives and grinning like a fiend." That is the expression that was used. "I was told that with a steel-pointed cypress staff, he had run about the camp prodding his people with it, and then flourishing the stick and hitting about him indiscriminately." He goes on to describe one instance in which a 10-year-old boy who before Bartolot seemed to take a liking to was kicked so hard by Bartolot that he died. He became militaristic, punishing people under his command for the slightest infraction, having public canings and whippings amongst the men. As you could imagine, this made the numbers decrease further as more people began to desert. According to Stanley, at one point, deserters from the front column made their way back to the rear column, and someone told Bartolot that Stanley had been killed, to which Bartolot replied, "Thank God, I shall be made a colonel now." Bartolot began to write in his journal about how the other men were plotting against him, how they were doing things wrong. Another quote from Stanley, "At one time, Major Bartolot got into such a crazed condition of mind that he asked to retire from the expedition, and he asked Mr. Bonney for a medical certificate, saying as he did so, 'Don't you think I'm sick enough to go home?'" Until finally, Stanley describes how Bartolot died. After keeping the camp in a state of disarray for days on end, Stanley says, "At dawn, Major Bartolot heard some drumming and singing outside his cabin. He sent some Sudani soldiers to try and stop the noise, and afterwards he sent a little boy to them. Their threatening messages produced no effect, however, and finally, Major Bartolot went himself, taking in his hand a loaded revolver and the steel-pointed cypress staff, with which he had already done such mischief. With these weapons in his hands, he walked to the scene of the singing and the drumming, and there he saw a woman beating a drum, accompanying the music with her voice in the usual habit of the Manyuma, who thus start the day at dawn with wild music. Major Bartolot, seeing the woman, ordered her to desist 2 or 3 times, accompanying each order with a prod with his steel-pointed staff or a blow with it. He then began to kick her, upon which her husband, Songa, hearing the screams and seeing Bartolot armed with a revolver, thrust his gun through a loophole in a hut opposite the officer and shot him dead. Bartolot was shot by the husband of the woman he was beating. And tragically, the husband, according to Stanley, was executed just a couple days later. After saying this and then discussing why he kept it out of the original book, Stanley raises this point. "I have censored the whole of the rear guard, and if a sufficient explanation is not found in the foregoing of why I censored them, it is necessary to understand that any of these officers could, with a little firmness, have arrested Major Bartolot's proceedings without violence. A mere letter from any one of them protesting against such acts as I have described and threatening to report them to the Amin Pasha Relief Committee at home would have stopped those acts. This must be clear from the many accounts given, and even from Lieutenant Troup's own narrative, that they disagreed with many things Major Bartolot did. So Bartolot was a man who was given power and abused it thoroughly, ultimately being killed by the very people he abused. So if that guy was in charge of the rear column, you can see why things fell apart. But that's not the story that everyone remembers from the rear column. That's not the story everyone remembers from this expedition. It's the one this video is titled after, the Jameson Cannibal Affair. Keep in mind, James Jameson was a beloved person back home. He came from a wealthy family, went out and charted the world. So when the Times journalist who was interviewing Stanley on the November 8th edition said this, it was a shock to many. Mr. Jameson is accused specifically of standing by while a young girl whom he had purchased for the purpose was deliberately murdered in order that he might be an eyewitness of an act of cannibalism and record the ghastly scene in his sketchbook. Both these men are dead and can no longer answer for themselves. No one would willingly believe statements which, if true, would cover their memory with infamy. It becomes necessary, therefore, to scrutinize very closely the evidence on which such statements rest. Mr. Stanley, of course, believes them or he would not repeat them, and it must be acknowledged that he has only very reluctantly broken silence on the subject. But when the evidence he advances is examined, it amounts in the majority of cases to little more than a repetition of the words, "I was told." This, of course, is sound prima facie evidence, but it is not necessarily conclusive. Much of the following information, says Mr. Stanley, I obtained from Mr. Boni, the Zanzibaris, the Arabs, and the Manyuma. So Stanley says that James Jameson, the beloved heir to Jameson Irish whiskey, bought a slave in order to watch her be cannibalized. You can hear in the following words how the writer for this article is almost aghast at what he's hearing, not necessarily calling Stanley a liar, but implying this can't be true. So where does this report come in the first place? Well, there were a few people who bore witness to this cannibalistic act. But the most whole account, and the first one we get in detail, is that of Jameson's interpreter. Asad Farhan followed Jameson around and again acted as his interpreter to the locals. Farhan was the one who began talking about this story after it first happened and reported it to the rest of the rear column that eventually made its way up to some of the front column. These were the reports that Stanley had heard about while in Africa and decided to omit from his book. Well, after Stanley came out with his report on November 8th in the Times, Farhan would come out with his own statement only 6 days later in the New York Times. Or at least the New York Times would publish his affidavit. So we need some background as to when this exact moment took place. According to the story, at several points, Jameson tried to regain contact with Tipu Tip. Jameson would go to him and try to get more couriers so that they can get the supply lines going. Every time Tipu would ask for exorbitant amounts of money that Jameson didn't have. Because keep in mind, Tip left the expedition on their own, but he was still doing business around the area.
I have tried my best to make Lara get used to don't annoy me while I eat, which with the power of treats. Whip. Whoop.
Yeah. So if Jameson knew where Tip was, he would try to go find him. Well, it was supposedly while Tip was doing business with the Reba tribe, a group that was around what is now the Lokandu community. While at this tribe, Jameson was with Tipu witnessing a festival. And at this festival, according to Farhan, this happened. Jameson expressed to Tipu's interpreter curiosity to witness cannibalism. Tipu consulted with the chiefs and told Jameson he had better purchase a slave. Jameson asked the price and paid 6 handkerchiefs. A man returned a few minutes afterward with a 10-year-old girl. Tipu and the chiefs ordered the girl to be taken to the native huts. Jameson himself, Salim, Masandi, and Farhani, Jameson's servant, presented to him by Tipu, and many others followed. The man who had brought the girl said to the cannibals, "This is a present from a white man who desires to see her eaten." The girl was tied to a tree, says Farhan. The natives sharpening their knives the while, one of them then stabbed her twice in the belly. She did not scream, but knew what would happen, looking to the right and left for help. When stabbed, she fell dead. The natives cut pieces from her body. Jameson, in the meantime, made rough sketches of the horrible scenes. Then we all returned to the chief's house. Jameson afterward went to his tent, where he finished his sketches in watercolors. There were 6 of them, all neatly done. The first sketch was of the girl as she was led to the tree. The second showed her stabbed, with the blood gushing from the wounds. The third showed her dissected. The fourth, fifth, and sixth showed men carrying off the various parts of the body. Jameson showed these and many other sketches to all the chiefs. This, of course, is a level of evil and depravity that's hard to comprehend. I mean, we hear about things like serial killers or family murderers, but even with monsters like that, there's something comforting in the idea they have to hide it. Even if they don't feel guilt or that they've done wrong, they know they can't let others know that they do wrong. But something this wicked, that it's out in the open and you not only witness it and cause it, but you draw pictures of it, you document it. It's a depravity that's hard to put into words. And this seems to be the story that Stanley heard of and omitted from his original book, but now has gone public with. So what is this then? Just 2 men from an expedition who went mad and acted on their worst impulses, doing the very worst they could with their time before their time was up? Most likely, yes. But when it comes to Jameson's account, there's some speculation. See, this was published November 14th. In the midst of all this coming out about Jameson, Jameson's widowed wife was doing everything she could to save his reputation. She publicly criticized Stanley's account, and as soon as this went up in the New York Times, the next day, her own statement went up. As mentioned, Jameson became ill and died in the Congo. Well, according to her, 2 nights before he died, he sent this telegram. See, the world at large didn't know about this cannibal story yet, but within the expedition, people were talking about it. So according to her, this was sent to Sir William McKinnon, one of the men within the expedition, and amongst the expedition to clear his name, according to his wife, Jameson said this: "Upon arrival at Ribaruba, the chief invited me to his residence, where I witnessed a curious native dance following other ceremonies, which Tipu said was usually followed by a cannibal feast. I laughed skeptically, whereupon another Arab described a horrible story. I flatly declared that it was impossible that this could happen. The Arab reported, 'Give me a bit of cloth and see.' I thought this a mere ruse to obtain a gift, but the Arab had formerly been kind, so I gave him a piece of 6 handkerchiefs. Then followed the most horrible scene I ever witnessed in my life. The whole thing happened so quickly that it was impossible to make sketches had I wished to do so. Further, I had nothing to sketch with. The small sketches I made were done in the evening at my own house. The girl never looked for help. She seemed to know it was her fate. She never stirred hand, foot, or head. How the girl was obtained I don't yet know, but will send you all the particulars, signed by witnesses as promised." Which, I don't know about that. You're sitting around with a group of people and you hear someone say that they're cannibals and you go, "Bet." And they're like, "Okay, pay me." And then you pay them and you're saying you didn't know that would happen. This, for one, is an outright lie. According to several other people who were on the expedition, previously, Jameson had mentioned an interest in cannibalism, and even in his diary, which I'll get to in a second, he talked about cannibals in the region. So even if you want to take this message that the wife's delivered to the papers at face value, it is completely implausible that he didn't believe they would be cannibals after he'd written so much about it. Also, there was a history of this group before and after practicing in cannibalism. There's one report from Stanley that he witnessed Jameson witness the leftover human remains of a cannibal ritual. So him saying he doesn't believe it could happen doesn't make any sense. Now, Assad's account of events is often scrutinized. That's because a lot of people point out that Assad Faran is an untrustworthy storyteller. As years later, he would say that he recanted this statement and that he made it up because he was mad that Jameson fired him. As a matter of fact, Jameson's wife in this November 15th paper goes to discredit Assad as well, because after Jameson's statement, it says, "Then follows the statement that Assad boasted of swindling the British government in the purchase of camels at Sockham, where he also made money by dividing with policemen spoils captured from gamblers among the troops." The statement concludes as follows: "This is the low brute whose word the Belgium officers would accept to destroy my character. But here's the thing, even if that's true and that's signed by people that Assad had stolen camels or whatever, his story can't be entirely made up because it corroborates too closely with what his wife's letter said, or his letter that his wife brought to the paper. Because later Assad would say, oh, I made the whole thing up, but we know he didn't because both of them mention a purchase of cloth and the act of cannibalism happening. I think what most likely happened is, sure, Farhan may have been mad and he may have wanted to spread this story of what he saw Jameson do, but years later when this was controversial and everyone was mad that Jameson's reputation was being ruined, Farhan was bullied into recanting his statement. We know he didn't make everything up, it's too close to Jameson's account, so maybe someone coerced him into saying he did. However, there are some other people who bared witness to things relating to this cannibal act as well. Remember how I said William Bonney was one of the surviving Europeans who reported a lot of this to Stanley? Well, Bonney wasn't there when it took place, but according to him, he did see the sketches that Farhan had mentioned. According to Bonney, quote, Mr. Jameson showed me the sketches and described the scene in detail. I cannot now describe each of the 6 sketches, but they begin with the picture of the girl being brought down, tied by one hand to the native, who holds in his right hand the fatal knife. He is then represented thrusting the knife into the girl while the blood is seen spurting out. Then there's the scene of the carving up of the girl limb by limb, and of the natives scrambling for the pieces and running away to cook them. The final sketch represents the feast. Now, a lot of people will nitpick the details between Bonney's account and Farhan's account. Like, Farhan says the final sketch was the dismemberment, but here Bonney's saying it was the feast. Some pointed that to say perhaps Jameson stuck around for the feast afterwards, but I also think it's possible these are 2 different people describing 6 pictures they saw once, so maybe there's just some variation there. You'll see these 6 sketches depicted online, but we don't have the original 6 sketches. They're just recreations based on these accounts. Man, I just noticed that sunlight is hitting me in the face. That's intense, whatever. Stanley goes on to say that Bonney elaborated more to him back in Africa, saying that Jameson went as far as to say he takes pride in being the only European to have witnessed this happen. Which again, see what I said earlier about incomprehensible evil. But as these reports were coming out, a lot of people just didn't believe them. I mean, Stanley had an expedition go horribly wrong. It would be tempting to throw the blame on someone else, so a lot of people thought maybe he's just throwing the blame on 2 people who can't defend themselves. A lot easier to write off that they went mad and became evil than you didn't do your job. And there's a lot of name calling and blaming and he said, she said across this whole thing. Thankfully, we can cut through a lot of the noise and just ask Jameson himself. Not in a letter he might have wrote to someone else he was working with to save face, but what he wrote to himself in his diary. Jameson himself died of fever on August 17th, 1888. He was trying to make it to a contact at a telegram station and did get there, but died the day after. Well, Jameson was a naturalist, and naturally, he documented all of the wildlife and things that he came across on his journey. After he died, this diary was published in 1890, published under the title, The Story of the Rear Column of the Amin Pasha Relief Expedition. And, before any controversy, before he might have been trying to save face, he wrote about that day. And this is what he said. Shortly after witnessing a tribal dance, Jameson says, Tipu Tip, who came in before it was over, told me that they usually kill several people and have a grand feast, for the Wakusa are terrible cannibals. He then told me, amongst other stories, that long ago, when fighting near Malila, they killed a great many of the enemy. The natives who were with him were cannibals, and not a body could be found next morning. He tells me the 2 men will easily eat 1 man at a night. He sent for water in the night to wash his hands and to drink the water there, being in a well. When it was brought, he could not make out why it stuck to his hands and was so oily and bad to drink. Next day, he and several Arabs went up to see what was the matter with the water, and there they saw a most horrible sight. The top of the water was all covered with a thick layer of yellow fat. Was running over the side, and he found out that his natives had taken all the human meat to the well to wash it before eating. At the next place, he camped by a stream and made the natives camp below him. I told him that people at home generally believed that these were only travelers' tales, as they are called in our country, or in other words, lies. He then said something to an Arab called Ali, seated next him, who turned round to me and said, "Give me a bit of cloth and see." I sent my boy for 6 handkerchiefs, thinking it was all a joke, and that they were not in earnest, but presently a man appeared. leading a young girl of about 10 years old by the hand, and I then witnessed the most horribly sickening sight I am ever likely to see in my life. He plunged a knife quickly into her breast, twice. She fell on her face, turning over on her side. 3 men then ran forward and began to cut up the body of the girl. Finally, her head was cut off, and not a particle remained, each man taking his piece away down to the river to wash it. The most extraordinary thing was that the girl never uttered a sound or struggled until she fell. Until the last moment, I cannot believe that they were in earnest. I have heard many stories of this kind since I have been in this country, but never could believe them. And I never would have been such a beast as to witness this. But I cannot bring myself to believe that it was anything save a ruse to get money out of me until the last moment. Again, it's a brutality that's hard to imagine. For all we know, Jameson could have been patting it down here as well. Maybe Bonnie's account is more accurate, that he was elated that he was the only European that got to witness this. Maybe after the excitement was over, he decided it would look bad on paper and changed his tone as he was writing it down. Either way, it seems apparent that he traded pieces of handkerchief and he got that girl killed. Sure, he doesn't follow exactly what Ferran said. He didn't buy a slave and then pass her off to the cannibals. At least that's not how Jameson perceives it, but Ferran knows that's exactly what he did. I'm sure those 6 pieces of handkerchief was the price it took to buy that girl. So Ali, the man with Tipu, went over, bought a slave on Jameson's behalf, and then gave her to the cannibals. The entire story creates a picture that's hard to quantify, but at the same time is so indicative of what was taking place at this point in history. There were unspeakable things being done in the region, and several of them before the settlers ever got there. Tipu Tip and his men so accustomed to slavery and death that they treat it like a game, in a region where something as egregious as cannibalism is just a thing that happened. But think about the mindset of the Europeans here. Their whole statement, their purpose of doing this was to go into this world and to make it better, to share with them what we know so well, that we can use our technology and our civility as saviors to show our betterment, only to go there and at the first opportunity, present yourself with the worst. Bartolot was the same way. He had the opportunity to exercise what he wanted, control, power, and might, and he did that until he couldn't anymore. And in the most charitable interpretation of Jameson, he was so obsessed with documenting the world and seeing all the things in it that he forgot it wasn't just pictures he was looking at. When Jameson died at that telegram station, the man that he was there to meet, Herbert Ward, was at his side. And according to Ward, Jameson's final words were this: Ward, they're coming, listen. Yes, they're coming. Now let's stand together. Perhaps Jameson's family heard this and thought he was thinking of chariots or of some heavenly band come to take him home. Or, if he never found a reckoning in this life, perhaps he found it in the next. It's easy to see why a lot of people think that Bartolot and Jameson inspired Mr. Kurtz from Heart of Darkness. I mean, Joseph Conrad was working on the Congo at the time this story was coming out. He undoubtedly heard about it and then wrote a story with a surprising amount of similarities. And I think the themes I talked about in that story do a better job at encapsulating my feelings with this whole event better than I ever could. Sometimes it is hard to think about the amounts of depravity people will get up to when left to their own devices. The mind of man is capable of anything after all, and without barriers it's capable of great evil. But I'm glad that Stanley, despite the shame that this story brought him, came forward with it. If for no other reason, we now have the memory of a little girl in Africa. One who lived a life harder than I could possibly imagine. Who, if nothing else, at least she won't be forgotten. And that's mostly everything you need to know about the Jameson cannibal affair. And I know this is rough and I know these topics are heavy, but that means I especially want to say thank you for watching. I've heard about this story for a long time, but everyone just talks about the discrepancies around the different accounts regarding the cannibalism, not all the crazy other stuff that happened on the expedition. Like, how are you not going to mention that the guy in charge of Jameson was biting people and then got shot for beating a woman? I feel like that relates and sets the scene for why this cannibal thing was such a big deal in the first place. It is a very dark and disturbing corner of history in an area of history where a lot of disturbing and dark things were done, but I don't know, it may just be a morbid fascination, but I also feel it's important to remember our darker chapters, if nothing else, to further elevate the light that comes out of them. So hopefully you found the topic interesting. Sorry for such a bummer. Hope you had a Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year. Thank you all for the support you've shown on the channel in 2025, and I've got a ton of really cool things planned for 2026. Every year, you guys elevate my life to a level I didn't know was possible. You're among my greatest blessings, and I'm thankful every day for the opportunities you allow me. So hopefully you decide to stick around, and thank you all for the support you've shown thus far. Again, merch is available for a limited time at wendigoon.shop. Get in on it while you can. And Apocalypse Now is coming soon. Stay tuned for a community post or a tweet about that. And I believe that should do it for now. But before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Kobolds. Kobolds. Very looking like the freaking...
Also, his whole argument was he didn't realize what they were doing. At what point do you realize that's what they're doing?
Very wow looking.
Like, you just said you don't believe that cannibalism can happen. And then someone's like, want to bet? And then you bet money on it. And then you watch them get the knives and bring her over there. When are you like, oh, maybe it can happen? This guy was lying the whole time. I don't like him at all. I mean, look at him. Look at his stupid haircut. And I hate that mustache. That's so just... Can you think about all the germs, like the spit?
Are you seeing this? That was a triple hit.
Oh baby, a triple.
I need to clip that.
Let me see. I can tell Kiki's proud of that one. And as it should, because it's very cute. Wow, look at that enemies. I mean, it doesn't seem to fight him back, so. Oh, this guy commands them. Ooh! I packed that punch. It Gritner. Anything wants to be remembered here? No. But I can remember this sword. Moving cause for trade patience. Item. Iron shimmy. Ancient and heavy brain tool. Liberation me to particularly break open and off limit. I know where this goes. I know where this goes. Nyum. I know where this goes. Oh. Maybe one more. Oh. Call. Oh. They cannot use the freaking. I use it. At least I remember something. What the hell? When you use this before? Oh my god. I feel so gracefully. Oh, I want the new save video. Let me put Creepcast. Turn it off.
The 20. Welcome back to Creepcast. Welcome, my friends, to 2026. Isaiah, tell us what we're reading today, and I'm gonna start the year off very strong. Can I start it off strong?
For them, it's already been 2026. There's been like two or three episodes uploaded before this one.
But this is the first actual recording.
Aren't they getting Marble Hornets 3 before this?
Yes, but that's Creep TV. That's a completely different property that we don't own. So
I think we do own that. There's like 2 other recordings we've done before it too. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Anyway,
this is the first one, and I want to start off the year extremely strong, and that's why I want to say I'm gonna throw a curveball out there, and I'm gonna take a risk because that's what good men do. And I'm gonna say this is gonna be the scariest fucking story that we've ever read. Okay.
Would you describe yourself as a good man?
Well, absolutely. Well, Isaiah, it's open to interpretation.
That's telling.
I'll tell you what. Today we're gonna be reading a story. And viewers, this is mostly whoever, if you're watching this podcast on YouTube right now or on Spotify or something, please close your eyes for this section. Audio listeners, do what you do best and just listen. We're reading a story today, and I really want you to think about this. It's called Turn It Off. Alright? Turn it off. Isaiah, hit him with the author information.
I don't like this.
No, just
ASMR voice that you're doing.
This is my natural voice. This is just how I talk. So, why don't you tell him about the author? Yeah.
So the author is called Paula.
No, no, this reminds me of kids' reaction whenever Mika is doing the ASMR voice. ASMR voice.
Chill or Polam Chill.
Chill,
he
daddy.
has only don't do that. He's only posted this story to the Creepypasta wiki in 2016, and as far as I can tell, nothing else. And no one, like, I'm looking for more information about him. Not seeing any. Is this a link to a Twitter?
I fucking love. You know what I love about these kind of authors, dude? These are what I like to call the Babe Ruths. All right, this motherfucker took his bat, he pointed it at center field and hit a home run, and then he's just like, "I'm good." You know, like this is gonna be a fucking scary story. Like, I hope you realize that this is going to startle you. You're gonna be afraid.
The one hits are either incredible or abysmal.
Well, my boy, Mr. Chill, fucking dropped this log 10 years ago, and he said,
"Drop this log."
Yeah, he dropped this fucking log in the bowl. You would think, oh, is that a turd in there? And it was absolute fucking gold, because that's what he was shitting. Okay.
Huh.
And I'm excited.
Like that. Okay, well, anyway, Polam Chill has written this Nothing Else in 2016, but this story seems very highly beloved online. I hear a lot of people talk about it. I see people make fan art for it, which you see out a lot of the recurring characters in stories, but not the one-offs. So I'm interested in what all the hype's about, so to speak. I've never read this one before, but I've heard of it before.
As our first recording of 2026, we're back. We're recording now. I want us to do something for we need to make some rules for this year. I think it's a new year. We should have some new rules. And I think one would be at the beginning of the episode, because a lot of these, we're getting into territories now where even Isaiah has not read the stories, right? We have covered
almost all the stories that I have not read before.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that before it was like, oh, I've read this one, or I've heard about it, like blah blah blah. I'm saying now you're getting.
I just said I've heard about this one.
Yeah, but you didn't really know much about it. Just fucking let me talk for a second. How does that sound? Can I do that? Can I breathe? Can I breathe?
I don't have a choice. I don't have any other choice. Go ahead.
I want us to do a thing where, starting right now until the end of the year, we can change. This is a yearly thing. We don't have to do it forever. But we're going to guess what the story's about based off the title alone. And we guess. And whoever's the most right at the end, you get a point. And at the end of the year, we'll tally it up, and we'll see who wins. Try to tell me that isn't fun.
Sure, we can do that. Do you want me to keep track of it in here?
No, we'll have the editors and the fans, the editors. We will have ways. We don't have to worry about it. All right. The scores. I don't want to fucking think about it until the end of the year when it's presented to me, because I will forget. But I have to keep this alive. I have to keep these rules alive. And I already have a kind of an idea of what I think this is going to be about, which I think would be scary. But I'm curious to hear, what do you think this is going to be about off of a title called Turn It Off?
Okay, why don't you go first, since this is your game?
I just told you I wanted to hear yours first.
I want to hear yours first. I feel like whatever I say, you're just going to piggyback that.
I'm not going to piggyback off your fucking idea, dude. I presented you this question. What, off the hip, what are you thinking this is going to be about?
I think this is going to be about two kids, like teenage age, in the woods, who discover something strange while they're out camping.
You know what I like about your answer is that you did nothing to solidify the meaning. Like this they're turning nothing off.
Correct.
In your thing.
They could think that turn it off could be a flashlight. Or like something they're holding in their hand, they have to turn off so nothing sees them.
Mine, I'm thinking it's going to be more literal. I think that they found, and I don't know if this is real or not, right? This is me shooting a 3. This is me shooting for the first points of the year. I think that they're going to find some mysterious tape, and it's going to be children. We're going to find mysterious tape, and it's going to be one of the people, if they're not related, it's like one of the parents or whatever, and it's like their dad like there's someone, not a sexual tape, mind you, right? Because I know you think I'm going there, but I do think it is something where it is like a dad massaging, like, what would be something weird that you can massage that's not sexual? Because it massages.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm saying that they're gonna find something where the dad is rubbing something down. It's not sexual, so get that out of your brain. Like a ham, like he's rubbing a ham. And they
very well submit to my authority, and you may join me.
They watch it, and the guy's like,
"Hi, Wyro, thank you."
That's my
prediction
guess.
for this story is that 2 kids are gonna find a video of their dad rubbing a ham.
You try to tell me, and I want you to be I want you to be completely honest, because I understand that you like to bully me, and that's becoming your your
I like
shtick.
to bully you.
Yes,
that's what you think the dynamic of the show is.
That is the dynamic of the show. You put me down, and I have to fucking scrape my knees and get back up.
Yeah, that's what what it is.
So you try to tell me right now that if you're like, oh, let's play this tape. You play the tape. It's your dad candlelit room. He has a massage.
Oh. Can I use the weapon now? Use. Can I keep it and use it to open this? Okay. I cannot. What happened, Nikki? Why the question marks?
It's like your dad practicing.
You keep changing.
Like
is he rubbing a ham, or is he like massaging a ham?
It has not changed yet. I'm saying that he's still massaging the ham. I'm giving more details, which would be the dad. It's like, think of like a massage room, candles, something that, you know, like the music. No. Remember like an ocean sound?
This table.
The dad is intensely digging into this ham, like a full Christmas ham on the table. And try to tell me, like, actually finding that tape. I mean, at first you'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever. But if it kept popping up, that would be a little fucking freaky.
To burn the kindling down.
Oh. Oh, I want to see it. Wait, what? Dangerous cheap and get. Oh, yeah, I already saw it. Never mind.
If I'm being honest, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but that's, I mean, and I'm not saying it's the most creative. It's, you know, this is just my first thing, so we'll see, and we'll see who's closest. I don't know.
Are you done with your warm up?
The what?
Are you done getting into character and everything?
I'm sorry, Isaiah. Am I disappointing you with my performance of me trying to conversate with you on a podcast?
So before every episode, Hunter's like, "Hey, can you give me a minute here?" And I'm like, "Sure, buddy, whatever." And he's like, "Yeah, I just want to try something out at the beginning, okay? I've been thinking about a skit for the Talos episode, and we're gonna see how it goes." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, sure, go ahead." And I regret it every time. I don't know why I let him do it.
Okay, hurtful. I'm just trying to bring a little bit of light into this crazy dark world of internet horror stories. So I apologize, and I won't do it anymore.
There you go.
I won't do it anymore. And you've already, for our Creepcast listeners, this is mom and dad fighting immediately at the beginning of the year. So congratulations, Isaiah. You're splitting the family apart. Thank you for that.
You know what? You're welcome. I don't care anymore. I can't do this.
That's cool.
Hey, audio
Start of the year.
listeners.
Last year for our first story of the year, it was my best friend tried to ruin my life. So what's that tell you?
Thank you for listening on Spotify and Apple Podcast, and for all of our YouTube viewers as well. Thank you for sticking with us on the third and possibly final year of this show, depending on how Isaiah wants to keep ruining this friendship of ours. Because I am a beacon of support to him. A lot of people, I see this in the comments too, a lot of people say I'm the kind one, I'm the one who lifts him up, that kind of stuff, and to be met with this constantly is like that of a single, like a single mom.
50 minutes ago, you texted me and said, "Almost ready, Daddy."
All right, well, Pookie needs to get stuff too sometimes, dude.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
What, man?
Okay.
If you're coming at me and you're airing my dirty laundry, then let's just fucking lay it out as it is.
Between the ham talk and the massage and everything else, you're beating around the bush.
Dude,
You've been a little steamy already, but there's no need to.
There ain't no beating around the bush. I am in the bush.
Okay.
I am the bush.
Okay. All right. Turn It Off by Paul and Chill. Thank you to all of our audio listeners. Thank you so much to our Patreon supporters. We love you guys a lot. Appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving us. Got a lot of cool new projects on the way that we'll be announcing very soon, hopefully, so stay tuned for that. But thank you guys. Is that it? Anything else we need to add, Hunter?
Do you think that this is going to be a scary story? You didn't really. I'm thinking this is going to be a scary one. Do you think this is actually going to be scary?
I think it'll be creepy. I think it'll be creepy.
I'm trying to go into this year, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, I am raising the bar of excitement. I am too negative too quickly, and that's my New Year's resolution. Is I'm going to be more positive, and I'm going to try to enjoy these stories more, and I'm going to get into it. You know what I mean? I'm making that fucking promise right now. It's because I saw the ending of Stranger Things, and it's turned me for the better.
Was it good? Did it end well? I thought everyone hated it.
No, it ended very well.
I feel like there's some sarcasm there, but whatever.
No, man.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Turn it off. I rested my arms behind my head, skim reading the credits of a movie I just watched. After seeing them through about halfway, I lifted myself from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, stretching my arms out above me. I opened the fridge door and found a full carton of juice. So I sat down on the kitchen counter by the window, cracked open the lid, took several long, noisy gulps. When I couldn't drink anymore, I gasped to let in new air and wiped my mouth on the back of my hand.
Jesus. All right. Okay, first, I'm not gonna immediately be negative, but I will say this is some David King energy of who the fuck reads halfway through the movie credits. Can I just say it? Who's like, oh, key grip, okay, Brian, oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, that's great. Who the fuck is doing that? And also to immediately go to the fridge and slam down Sunny D and be like, no, like you're drinking so much.
Look,
God,
we're 3 sentences in. You know, maybe.
I know. I'm just saying, it caught me. Sorry.
Okay.
That's like some little kid energy, though, isn't it?
that is like a 4-year-old thing to do, where they grab drinks and they're like while they're drinking, they're afraid they'll never be able to breathe again.
The death has never tasted so good.
All right. My evenings were uneventful around this time in summer. It was 9:15 on a Saturday in July. School was out for the holidays. My parents had gone to visit my aunt and uncle who lived by the coast. They'd still be gone for 2 more weeks.
What?
They left a child for like 3 weeks.
Okay, so I think that this is no. I think that this is going to be like a high schooler, and I like how he's like my my evenings are uneventful. It's a Saturday during it is a Saturday during summer break, and your parents are not home. I mean, they are saying that this is a fucking loser. Can we at least say that?
I think that's the idea. I think the idea is he doesn't have friends. He's not like partying, hanging out. Yeah.
Turn it off.
I declined the invitation to join them. I didn't dislike the place or my relatives, but we usually stayed there so long that I'd miss out on most of summer break, and I'd truthfully rather spend it with my friends in town. I was a good kid who knew how to wash clothes and use an oven, generally not an idiot, so they let me stay at the house so long as I kept it clean. As I sat, looking out into the garden to check for anything scary in the dark, it was empty and black. I kind of wished we had a pet. A dog or a cat would be nice about now, but their hair always made me sneeze and my eyes go red and itchy. With that in mind, my dad said no, even though I wouldn't mind it. At 9:22 p.m., I put the rest of the juice carton back in the fridge door and went back over to the window. Hoisting myself onto the counter again, I glanced out to the garden and identified the shadows one by one to make sure everything was in its place. Bushes were their usual shape. 2 small trees stood together by the back fence, a metal table with 4 chairs set casually on the patio.
They have not said how old this child is, right?
Right.
Okay. The hoisting up on the counter did make it seem
it's jumping between 19 or 8.
That's the brilliance of chills. That's what I love.
If I had to guess, this kid's 13.
I think that's fair. There's a healthy split between the two.
Yeah, I think it's 13.
He's a very short. Are we saying he's
short
like a
13-year-old,
like a dwarf?
Yeah. Okay, I don't know about that.
like a 13-year-old dwarf.
Okay. I like to check these things, which is largely why I wasn't scared of the dark. I'd always get up to investigate small noises in the night, and I hated sleeping with my face to the wall. If someone was in my room at night, I'd rather know about it, so at least there was the faintest chance of getting away somehow. This meant that my worries were quickly put to rest as I either found nothing downstairs but the radiator popping with the heat, or opened my eyes to see an empty bedroom. Not knowing what could be making the odd noises coming from the kitchen, or on the stairs, or in my room is what makes my skin creep. At 9:30 p.m., I got down from the counter and wandered back into the living room to turn off the TV. I decided to take the rest of the juice upstairs. Man, he's about this juice.
I was gonna say, I'm trying so hard not to jump in. I just want to say he drank juice for 7 minutes without doing anything else. Which, if you think about it,
he counted shadows.
Which, if you think about it, is a long time. And then he sat on a counter. He was able to jump up with dwarven strength. Look, and he was counting shadows for another 7 minutes before proceeding to grab the juice and go downstairs or upstairs. So this is, I don't know. It's good. I like this.
I bet you do.
Also, I like how specific the times are.
At 9:22 p.m. At
9:15. At 9:22.
This is the first story of 2026. We gotta keep it.
9:47 and 12
We gotta rate it in. Gotta keep it together.
Yeah,
we can't let last year happen again.
No, I'm not, and I'm just. I'm having fun. Go ahead.
Okay. I went back into the kitchen, opened the fridge door.
Oh, die geht so hart.
Turning my head to focus outside, I could see someone was standing in the garden.
No.
Shut the fridge door and turned off the lights so they couldn't see me so easily. Then moved slowly, leaning on the kitchen counter to get a better look. All the doors were locked and all the neighbors were home.
Oh my god, I should release
Took a moment to remind myself this.
Huevro is
Still,
11 months
quick into bed as
here.
I stood there straining to see his or her shape in the darkness at the end of the garden. I had to keep glancing away to keep their fuzzy outline clear in my vision. They were standing very still and were a little thin. That's all I could see. I couldn't tell anything else.
Oh,
I said out loud. It was the garden umbrella leaning up against the back fence. I forgot that we used it for barbecues. I smiled at myself, pleased that I didn't get too worked up and went upstairs to my
Yes,
bedroom.
I say it.
I laid on the bed and
I didn't
propped my
notice
head
it
up
was
on a
11
pillow,
months. Almost a year.
opening my laptop on my stomach to see if anybody was online. Apparently, someone else was bored and saw my name pop up.
Hey.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, bored. Are your parents still away?
For a couple more weeks.
Oh my god.
Why don't I come round?
I don't want to be rude, but I kind of can't be bothered to hang out tonight, lol. Think so. What? Why? You're just drinking juice.
You said your night was uneventful. You've been drinking juice for 10 minutes and counting shadows. Sorry, buddy. This is a full night for me.
He's laying on his bed, like typing, and the juice is next to him, and he glances over at the juice, and he's like, "I've got plans this evening."
And then also, like, amongst this talk of juice, he's also like, and I don't like sleeping face to the wall.
Did I mention I count shadows? I got a long Friday night of counting shadows and drinking juice.
I don't like sleeping with my face to the wall because if someone tries to break in and murder me, I at least want to see their eyes.
I want to see that hatchet flying at my face while I'm drinking juice.
Do it. That's what he says to the murderer.
Turn it off.
Yeah, he's the freak. He's the monster of the story.
So far, he pretty much fucking is. I'll be some Sunny D before you kill me.
He breaks into people's houses and kills them for their juice. Like, he raids the fridge. The end of the story, like, he goes back home and he opens the fridge and there's like 40 juice boxes. Like, he's been doing this for years.
He's getting strangled on his bed, and then under the covers, he's like feeling around under the covers. He grabs a giant Welch's grape juice thing and props it up and just dumps it on his face.
I know what you mean. It's cool. What about tomorrow?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Cool. I'll be round about 1. I've got some family stuff to do in the morning.
Capable of besting
okay.
Nostalgia's decay, the stick figure had not yet faced a hero, a great one. Such would reveal the futility of everything an old man and some sticks sought to prove.
I'm going to put my phone to charge before I
by the way,
regret my decisions.
Camp at the garden or something.
Or lack thereof.
Aw, slumber party. I love you too, bro.
Whatever. You got the tent though?
Yeah, somewhere. Let me check. BRB. I got up from my bed and headed to check the cupboard under the stairs. I didn't know where the tent was, but it seemed a good place to start. I opened the cupboard door and started shifting coats aside. Some cardboard boxes were stacked up at the back and might be hiding them, so I started unstacking them. Why give us that level of detail? It's like
I moved my arrays of juices.
There was
and
some
Capri
cardboard
Sun.
boxes. They were stacked up. Maybe the tent could be behind those. Who's to say? I unstacked the boxes. Like,
it is important to show the level of juice boxes and
yeah,
boxes of juice
boxes,
in the house. Yeah, I imagine this is like Costco pallets of juice.
It's gonna be like the ending of Creep, where he goes to open the cabinet and there's like hundreds of VHS tapes.
Yeah, just thousands of bottles of juice.
Yeah, just all the juice boxes.
Which one today?
I took out a couple of the easy to reach ones and had a stroke of good luck as the tent bag came into view. I leaned over the other boxes and picked up the bag and took the big garden umbrella that's set beside it too, just in case it rained
they can
tomorrow.
still be destroyed.
Paused, put the tent down. It took me a couple of seconds to get back to the kitchen window and focus on the darkness outside. My eyes weren't yet adjusted to the dark, so I couldn't see all the way to the back fence. Oh, okay, that actually, you know, I was making fun of it, but that actually worked pretty well. Because, like, the level of detail, I wasn't thinking when he mentioned that he moved the garden umbrella, but my head did go, oh, is it like the one outside? But I had the realization the same time the author did. Like, oh, if the umbrella's in here, then what was that out there? That's pretty good. Turning off the kitchen light, I leaned on the counter and continued staring at the same point. The other garden features began to fade into view one by one, but in my previous mental image. I wasn't sure what I wanted to see, The darkness gave way to the familiar forms I knew, but after a while, I was certain there still stood a figure against the back garden fence. It hadn't moved. I stood there for 15 minutes looking at it. I couldn't tell its shape properly, but it did look like someone standing there. I decided it wasn't a threat. I thought if I was in any real danger, would have been a lot more worried by now. That thought kept me calm. But I also wanted to find out what it was. I couldn't stand there forever. Jogged upstairs, picked up my laptop, brought it down to me with the counter. Can you come around now?
Okay, I know how to.
Yeah, I think I can see something in my garden.
What is it? An animal?
No, it's tall. I thought it was an umbrella.
And now you're sure it isn't?
I don't know. I thought it was someone, but now I'm sure it's not a person. It just looks weird, and I don't think it was there before.
Before when?
I don't know. Earlier today, maybe? I can't remember.
Are you scared?
I'd feel better if someone else was here.
Well, I did offer to come around, and I'm bored.
So yeah?
Yeah, I'll come soon.
Cool, thanks. Use the front gate. I sat there watching the black shape lean against the fence for another 10 minutes. Eventually, the doorbell rang. I opened it. Chris ran in. Bear hugged me.
It's been too long!
Chris Mock cried. Yeah, it must have been a whole day.
The torment.
He replied, pretending to ignore me. Look, come over here, I said, pushing him off and walking to the kitchen. I switched off the light and pointed in the figure's direction. Look.
Give me a sec. Can't see it properly.
A minute later, he noticed.
That black thing?
Yeah. We both stood there looking at it for a while. I half expected it to be gone when he looked. We leaned over the counter.
It's just a big plant or a plank of wood or something. Let's go watch TV.
Will you check with me to make sure?
Do you have a torch?
Oh, gross. Oh, he's British. They're British.
I was going to say.
Oh, I don't know if we can continue the story in good conscience.
This video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. After the holidays, it's time to get back into our routines and start eating better. But it can be hard to stay on top of your eating habits. Thankfully, Factor has got you covered. Factor powers your day sun up to sundown with nutritious breakfast and on-the-go lunches and premium dinners. In just 2 minutes, you can eat and enjoy. With 100 rotating meals each week to choose from, you are sure to find something you like. Everything is chef crafted and dietitian approved. And now, you can try bold flavors from China and Thailand, or get their new Mediterranean diet options packed with protein and good for you fats. 97% of customers say that Factor has helped them live a healthier life. And with options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, and Vegan, it's easy to see why. And the best part of Factor is that there's no prep work, no grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Head to factor.com/creepcast50off and use code creepcast50off to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code creepcast50off at factors.com/creepcast50off for 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for a whole year. Offer only valid for new Creepcast customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor. Display URL and promo code on screen as is read. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Now back to the episode. This episode's sponsored by Thorum. Thorum has handcrafted wedding bands that are both unique and resilient, with material options ranging from meteorite, whiskey barrel, and dinosaur bone. You can make a moment even more memorable with one of their rings. With over 10,000 5-star reviews, Thorum is your next ring to love. They have rings made of ironwood, World War II rifle stocks, Damascus steel, tungsten carbide, and many other options. Don't know what size you are? Thorum has paper sizes so you can figure it out at home. Every single order ships within 1 business day, and each ring purchase comes with a free Thorum silicone activity band and a Thorum American Walnut wood ring box. Thorum has free worldwide shipping and lifetime warranty. And if you're not in the market for a ring, Thorum also has watches made with Hawaiian koa, Californian red redwood, or meteorite. Whether you need a wedding ring, anniversary ring, or just want a ring that looks awesome, head over to Thorum.com and use code CREEPCAST. With code CREEPCAST, you get 20% off your order. Thank you to Thorum. And back to the episode.
Is torch slang for British flashlight?
That's what they call it in like the UK. They call flashlights torches. Yeah. No, I admitted.
Well, we could check if we keep the kitchen light on and open the back door a little.
I thought for a second it agreed, but said we should stay right by the house. It's amazing that he has a tent and he knows where that is, but there's no flashlight in the house.
Another one.
Also, I was so right with my prediction at the beginning. Like, I was cheating a bit with the camping thing because Harry had mentioned it. I said, I don't know, maybe turn it off so like a flashlight or a light so they don't get spotted. And with the mention of the light switch going on and off, I think I was correct. So,
well, we're not done with the story yet. There could still be a tape of some kind, or
there's no ham tape. There's no ham tape.
It might not be a ham tape, but there might be some kind of tape or ham still involved in this.
I don't think so.
Now, also the figure that's standing out there, which is kind of creepy. You have a guy standing out there for fucking 25 minutes to an hour.
But he specified it doesn't look like a human.
Right, or something. Something's out there, right? Leaning against the fence.
Right.
What makes it so much creepier to me is that the casualness of it. It's leaning on the fence. It's like the Marlboro Man or something like that. You know, just like chilling out there. Do you think that it's like eyes are just looking right at it, or is it just pure black silhouette?
He said at first that it looks like a human, but now he's not so sure. So I think it's just kind of like a tall shape. I don't think he sees eyes or anything like that. I think it's just silhouette, because they're both in denial that it's even a person. They're like, is it like a giant board or something?
Yeah, well, they're definitely doing that kid thing where it's like, oh, it's just like, it's probably like a shrub, because in the back of your mind you're like, I'm so scared right now.
Yeah, it's like 3 jackets piled on top of a horse. You know, it's fine.
It starts sprinting at you. It's just jackets.
That's a horse. That's a horse with jackets. That's what they do. That's
immediately chugging juice.
Okay.
Through this whole conversation, like he just has juice running down his shirt.
I have not pictured this boy, this child, however old this child is, without a carton or glass of juice somehow in his vicinity, or if he's just been holding it the whole time.
As they go to open the door, he's like shaking. The lid's open, juice is spilling everywhere.
Yeah. Come on in, Chris. You want some juice? Nah, it's okay. I'll take water. He just like starts throwing up.
Yeah, Chris is talking to his friend. He's like, yeah, my mom says I should hang out with him more because he doesn't get a lot of friends. So we slipped on our trainers and opened the back door. Stepping onto the patio, I felt the air was heavy and warm that night. Chris walked behind me. We stood very close to the door, peering at the back fence. Should we... I had just started to speak when he quickly stepped into the house again, still looking at the fence.
What?
I asked, following him in. I turned and realized that the figure was gone. It was obvious from the light coming from the back door, but the fence and the rest of the garden was just as it always was.
Where is it?
If it was leaning against the fence, it probably fell over into a bush or something. I tried to convince us both. Stared out for a few seconds longer and decided that we were too nervous to go and check. I don't usually give in to my night terrors, but now they were just beginning to click into my head. Can you stay over for the night? I asked Chris.
Yeah, sure.
It didn't sound like he really wanted to. Kept his eyes on the fence. We both went inside and locked the door before going up to my room. I got out a sleeping bag for Chris and drew the curtains without looking outside into the garden again. Talked about stupid stuff for a couple of hours to take our minds off the garden. We fell asleep. Yeah, so I really like the Vita juice and the pomegranate. What about you? What's your favorite?
Chris is, I gotta say, respect gained from Chris, right? If it was me, I would be gone. I would not fucking stay.
You'd leave me in a heartbeat.
I think a lot of people would be like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Why don't we go to my house? Instead, Chris is a fucking, what a good friend. Plus 2 points for Chris.
It's also in that weird place where it's like, why don't they go to Chris's house? But they're both 13 and they don't know they saw something. So maybe it's the idea of like, well, I don't want to bother my parents and you come over and like make it a whole deal. So it's just plausible enough that they would stay there, I think, because it's not like they saw a giant guy with like bloody teeth or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw a shape. Yeah.
They still don't really even know what they saw, so there's still plausible deniability in their brain, right? But
yes.
The reason I think that they don't leave too is that once again it's the thing where it's outside. To be able to leave is outside. They're probably. I wonder if it's some psychological thing where like if we go outside it's gonna get us. So why don't we you just want to stay here tonight? Sure, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. In the morning, I found Chris's sleeping bag empty. I called out to Chris and he said he was downstairs, so I threw on a t-shirt and went down. Sleep well? I asked.
Yeah, pretty well. I kept thinking about the garden and stuff. Hey, did you find that tent?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I found that tent. Chris, you're gonna want to see this, and it's just another fridge full of juice.
We gotta go to the store and get more juice.
Yeah, get more juice. I answered, remembering that shape which I had forgotten about until now.
Well, I was thinking about the camping thing and thought maybe we could bring the tent to my house. It would just make a change,
Didn't have to ask him why. I wasn't too keen on staying in my garden after last night. Wait, last night? Come to think of it, the sun was up and I wanted to check the garden while it wasn't pitch black. I asked Chris and he hesitantly agreed. We put on our trainers and stepped out into the garden. I don't know what we were so worried about. It was bright and colorful. The plants and bushes around the edges of the garden smelled good, and there was a bird in one of the small trees singing out for its mate somewhere. We walked to the back fence to find nothing out of place and looked over the bushes in front of the paneling to check if anything lay behind them. We found nothing. I walked around the edge of the whole garden once more while Chris tried whistling to the bird. Cocked its head from side to side trying to figure him out. It was a warm day, perfect for camping that evening, I decided. We talked as we filled a couple of rucksacks with sleeping bags and some food from the kitchen. We didn't want to set up a fire, so we packed some tinned hot dogs, bread, a pack of tomatoes and chocolate, as well as some bottles of water.
There's a forest just next to my house, which is actually pretty good. Our garden backs to the edge of it. I stayed in a tent there once with my dad for my first little camping trip when I was like 7, and I remember I was so excited at the time. I thought we were really roughing it like some hardcore mountaineers. If we get too cold or need some more food, we can just go to my house. My parents are out, so we'll have a free run of the place anyway.
Yours are away too?
That is suspicious, is it not?
Interesting.
It's their anniversary, so they're out for the night. They're staying at a hotel in the next town over. We'll be back in the morning.
Apparently leaving your kids behind was in fashion this summer.
It seems like, I wonder if it just seems too planned, too calculated.
Well, I think what it may be is this creature shows up when kids' parents are away. Or the parents are like, well, it's time for the yearly child sacrifice.
That's what I want to believe, dude. I want to believe the fucking they're just like, well, we'll see with the juice goblin who he wants to pick up tonight.
Yeah, we'll see
or
who the goblin comes for. We've been
Exactly.
fattening our son up with juice for months at this point, so
that's actually such a sweet idea. It's like all the kids in the town are forced to drink juice and stuff. Get all plump on juice, so it's
Isn't there a
tasty
horror
treat.
movie like that where the parents are fattening up the kids for something?
I'm thinking of Hansel and Gretel or something.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
I mean, there's probably some like feeder horror movie.
Yeah. At about noon, we left my house with the 2 rucksacks, sleeping bag for each of us, and the tent. Made our way to Chris's house. It was fairly close by, and a part of the same pleasant neighborhood. Talked and joked a lot, walking side by side, nodding and greeting a couple of familiar neighbors as we went. It was a crazy nice day. The sun was almost too much. It was hot on our necks, and the trees by the sidewalk seemed to glow green from underneath as the sunlight passed through the leaves. The sprinkler offered us some water as we walked by one house, and it felt good on my hot arms. I was already sweating by the time we got to Chris's place. We hadn't been walking for more than 20 minutes. We didn't go inside his house immediately because it was so hot, so we went straight to his garden and dumped our bags in the shade. He wasn't joking. The gate of his garden backed straight onto an impressive forest. Very tall, thin trees stood high above the house and continued as far as I could see. Some bushes and shrubs littered the forest floor, but most of it was either grass or fairly smooth sections of dirt. I didn't see how this forest was classed as small.
Looks good, right?
It's awesome, I admitted, opening the gate and surveying the area. I also like this. This explanation works better because after that first night, I was like, there's no way they would reasonably camp in that backyard. But now it's like, oh, we're going to my friend's house, so that's more reasonable. We also didn't see anything. But this is a way where they saw something suspicious that still made them want to go out into the woods. So like the setups make sense. I walked out in between the trees and found a flat spot for the tent. I turned around to ask Chris's opinion and paused, a little disappointed. It didn't feel like real camping when his house was so obviously in our faces. Let's go a little further in so it at least feels legit, I said, and walked back to pick up my bags. Chris objected to carrying his, quote, heavy shit any further. We walked in a straight line from Chris's house and kept checking behind us until the house was just about obscured by trees in front of each other. We had only gone a very short way in, but the forest was already thicker and greener. There was even a long rope swing hanging from one of the trees, but it looked too old to hold our weight, so we decided to keep our spines unbroken and give it a miss. I unpacked the tent and set it up with Chris's help, and we threw our sleeping bags inside. I laid down inside to test it out. It was so warm and humid, I had to adjust my breathing for a second. I stepped out again and asked Chris if he had a torch for the evening.
I could do better than that,
was his response, and he took off towards the house. I was too hot to run after him, so I opened my rucksack and cracked open a bottle of water, downing half of it and putting the rest back in the pack. Took a lot of restraint for that to not be juice, by the way.
It was juice at one point, and then someone was like, "Hey, cool it with the juice."
Cool with the juice thing.
Have a
really good
have
story.
Him hydrate like a new boy.
You
like
need
a regular
to
boy.
after the second paragraph. You need to drop the juice thing.
What do you mean? Why?
What's wrong?
Lips chapped, lips completely covered and stained from grape juice. Why? What do you mean?
Why? Why would we not?
Are you thirsty? No, I'm not. I'm not thirsty.
I laid down on a patch of grass and looked up at the canopy. The leaves were shifting gently in a breeze I couldn't feel from down here. I watched them sway and mesh together until I heard Chris return. Did you get a torch? I asked, closing my eyes. The sun shone through my eyelids and colored my vision red. I listened to the soft sound of his footsteps on the grass as he walked past me towards the rope swing. That's not gonna hold you. I think
for sure. For sure, not Chris. By the way.
Yeah. It's not gonna hold you, I warned as I heard him tug the branch with a small creak. He tugged it and creaked in response. I listened. He tugged it once more and again. There was a moment of silence as I guessed he was still weighing it up, and then another tug. He continued to tug a few more times, and the creaking followed each one. I was sure it wouldn't hold his weight, and I smiled, predicting one big creak and a snap as the rope or the branch broke. I waited as some final tugs were made. Creak, creak. I waited still. Creak, creak, creak.
Yo!
I heard Chris's voice coming from his garden. Man. I sat bolt upright, almost spraining my neck as I snapped my head sideways to face his house. He was jogging through the trees holding an electric lantern. I switched my gaze in the other direction towards the rope swing. It was hanging still, nothing nearby. I stood up and turned full circle, nothing in any other direction.
I love that little payoff.
What? I mouthed to myself, walking towards the rope. I tugged it gently. It didn't creak. I pulled it harder. It didn't creak. My mouth went dry. I jumped up, grabbed hold, and yanked it down. The branch bent a little as my feet touched the floor, and still it didn't make a sound. I kept holding of it as I stared up towards the branches, but eventually the rope gave way under my weight somewhere in the middle, and a soft thud fell on my ears as the thick rope fell in front of me. Chris was rattling the lantern as he came by.
I've never used this before. I got it for Christmas for my cousin. She buys some weird presents. I see the swing is dead. Let's have a proper burial in memory of all the joy it gave us.
The main character is like fighting demons right now, scared to death. He's like, I got this for Christmas, and my cousin got it, but she always gets weird gifts. And
I love that idea though of like you're sitting there. I love whenever it's just a thing of you assume it's the person you know behind you making the sounds that are all familiar of like playing this swing that they've been on before. And I love the kid-like approach of coming back and, you know, and being like, oh, the thing snapped. Like not understanding the weight of like how fucking creepy the thing just happened was. It really just helps sell the idea of like just innocent kids just like trying to camp.
Mm-hmm. It's such an easy play, but doing the whole I think this is something but it's something else standing next to me, it always works. Always.
I at least for me, I always gobble that shit up. I'm sure some people are like, because it's kind of like, you know, I mean, obviously you see it coming, but it's still fun. I don't know. I like it.
I like the idea of the creaking too.
Yeah,
because it's
like bending, or not bending, but like stretching and stuff. It's just a fun.
Well, it almost sounds like it was the thing making the creaking noise, because the rope never made the noise, right? He assumed it was the rope or the branch, but it wasn't either. So it's like whatever this thing is, it makes creaking noises when it moves.
I love the idea of like a monster too, getting on like something that's like a rope. Ropes have such a straining, almost like bone-breaking sound that like I like to think that the creature just in his movement makes that kind of sound too. So it's like this weird, like almost like stacked auditory, like sensory fucking overload of like just this stretching, breaking sound. Kind of sick.
Pretty hard. You know, some of my complaints from the beginning, I apologize. Pretty good. I didn't respond. I continued looking up at the branch with half a rope swing tied to it.
Hey, are you good?
Chris followed my gaze. I thought you'd already come back, said immediately. I wasn't the type to let things slide with an, oh, it's nothing.
What?
Someone walked by me and was messing around with the rope swing.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Are they still around?
I don't know.
Wow.
I had my eyes closed and I was laying just there. Then I heard you shout, so I looked around and there was nothing here. I heard them walk by my head. I felt a bit sick.
Look, you calm down for a second. It's the middle of the day. We're 30 feet from my house. And even if there was a person, so what? It's just a public woods. Anyone can come through here.
All right, Chris. I thought you were based before, but this is you're being a little too carefree. You're being a little too carefree for me, Chris. All right.
Yeah, I thought you were based and red pilled. I thought you were Chad. I thought he was. Really, you're just virgin cell.
I thought that he was Giga Chad for sure, but now I'm like, you're hanging a little too loose there, brother. Yeah. Also, like, just be like, it's a public forest. It's 30 feet from your house. Sir, how about you don't walk in my literal backyard? Please and thank you.
It's a public forest. That's why they come and touch our walls and, like, you know, look into our bedrooms. It's a public forest.
That's why they tuck me in every night.
Because it's a public forest.
It's a public forest. He comes in.
That's why they drink all of our juice. Oh, wait, go ahead. You were about to say he comes in and gives you what?
Gives me kisses on my forehead. Tells me I'm a good boy.
What?
Kisses on the what?
On the head.
Oh, okay. You wrap belly kisses into a lot of stories, so that's where I figured that was coming from.
Give him a raspberry.
Yeah.
Chris is kicking and giggling in his room.
Like, his family's got like their 12-year-old in the bedroom, and it's like some neighbor comes into the bedroom, and the parents are just like, "Oh, he's that way." Public forest, you know. What can you do?
Yeah. Where's Chris? He's down in his room. Good night, Chris. Whatever. Turn that off. I just think that's the whole thing.
The mom and dad are watching TV and they can hear it. They're just like,
God damn it.
Public forest, what can you do? That made some sense, and he was right about it being public. But then where were they? Glanced around one more time. However, the trees quickly layered up and I couldn't see far at all. I guess it was possible for me to lose track of someone here in a short distance. Okay. Man, I can stay alone in the house for weeks on end, but I can't handle a short walk through the woods on a summer's day.
That's why you bought some muscle.
Declared Chris, wielding the lantern above his head, and I laughed. We spent the day walking around the forest and returned to the tent to get some water when we were too hot. We talked about school and what our plans were for the future. We talked about dreams we'd had and ghosts and creatures that lurked in the dark. Neither of us were too scared of things like that, but they made for good camping stories. Chris told a particularly good one of a woman who lived in the woods. She had the head of a cat, and if you heard her raspy meow, I read raspy as raspberry for a second. She had the head of a cat, and if you heard her raspy meow, that meant she was trying to find you. If she stopped meowing, it signified you were found, and she was quickly making her way towards you. Made my skin crawl a little, and we stopped telling stories soon after that.
I just want to say, I wish
a woman with the head of a cat.
I wish that was the fucking monster. Like, you know, something like, I love those just kind of like folk tale-y, Grimm's fairy tale kind of creatures.
Yeah. If she stops meowing, it's like.
Yeah. Also, how fucking creepy is that? You start hearing a cat, you're like, what the fuck, and then it goes silent.
That actually reminds me. So the most scared I ever was of a Goosebumps episode. What was it called? Cat Scratch? It was about a cat. Or no, it was a dead cat. You know the one I'm talking about, Shirley, right?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
It's about a cat that if the cat got ran over by a car. Cry of the Cat. That's what it was. Cry of the Cat. Yeah. The cat got hit by a car, but it kept coming back, and it's like if it scratched you, you caught like the zombie plague it had. Anyway, at the beginning of a story, there's a woman who gets scratched by it and starts to transform into a cat person, and you don't see what she looks like till the very end of the story. Now I'm about to send you this picture, Hunter. I think I watched this when I was 8, maybe 9. I did not sleep for weeks. I saw this image and lost my mind. Hold on, where'd that picture go? Hold on, where those? I just saved it to my desktop. Where did you go?
Okay, that is fucking haunting. For people that don't know, it's like
8.
It's not even like a regular cat. It's like a fucking like dying. It looks like a 25-year-old cat if they stretched it out and gave it like human appendages. It looks haunting.
This is the first shot of it too. She steps out of a dark hallway like this. Bro, I was freaked out, man. Yeah, I was losing my mind. And then the actual zombie cat shows up at the end, but I didn't care. Zombie cat
I don't
didn't
give a
bother
fuck
me.
with this zombie cat now. I've seen the face of hell
No.
right here before this.
So close.
Hold on, here's the
One
zombie
click more.
cat that shows up at the very end of the story. Didn't bother me. I was like, yeah, that's a cat monster thing. Who cares?
God, the effects in the show are so sick, dude.
Goosebumps went hard. Goosebumps went super hard. They did great. But man, I tell you what, that face freaked me out. Anyway, so, but that's what, when they're talking about the woman with the head of a cat, that's what I thought of, that thing in the woods. The light of day eventually faded, and it was getting hard to see, so we headed back to the tent for the night. The impressive heat
where's my
during the
weapon?
day had killed our appetites, so we left the food for now and decided we'd eat it at night if we got hungry. Chris hung the electric lantern at the front of the tent, flicking it on as he did so. It was surprisingly bright, spilled a yellow light onto the ground and onto the trees that faced us. The warm glow looked dramatic, but whatever was beyond the light had hidden in blackness. Our immediate area was clear, but after a few paces, the light seemed to stop dead. It looked weird. Chris ducked under the tent opening and I followed him. The sleeping bags looked inviting as the heat from earlier had gone and it was too cold for shirts and shorts. We got inside and took the lantern with us. Can you hear meowing? I said, what's up, bro? I said, my head tilted as I strained to hear.
Yeah, I can hear some bullshit too.
That would be you. That's 100% a you response.
No, I'm too much of a pussy. I'm telling you, I'm too much of a pussy. Like, Chris is actually doom-pilled. He is black-pilled, Chris, for sure. This little motherfucker wants to die. Why are you smiling? Are we not afraid, Chris? Hello? We're out here all alone and people walk in this public forest all the time and come and give me belly kisses at night.
Yeah, what's so weird about it, dude? There's like a line of people outside of the tent coming to give him belly kisses. Yeah, maybe get with the times, dude. Maybe open up a little.
Good night, Chris.
Chris smiled and zipped up a sleeping bag. Damn, I thought I had him. Oh well. I zipped up my own bag and we lay there talking for a little while. And then the exhaustion of such a hot summer hit us and we fell asleep.
All right, thank God. It was just a joke. All right, so Chris is really teetering the line. I can't tell. But yeah, it was just doing a little
yeah,
goof
he
of
was
the gaff.
messing around like, can you hear me out? And he's like, yeah, I can hear some bullshit too. Like,
yeah. This episode's sponsored by Hexclad. At the beginning of the new year, there's lots of talks about eating healthier. But before we talk about cooking, we need to talk about your pan. Hexclad completely changed the game by combining the performance stainless steel with the convenience of non-stick all-in-one pan. Most cookware forces you to choose great performance or easy cleanup, but never both. Thanks to Hexclad, you can now get a beautiful sear, great heat control, and easy cleanup. Hexclad does it all. It's dishwasher safe, oven safe, up to 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and the steel handles stay cool so you don't burn yourself in the process. Hexclad's 12-piece set is ultimate all-in-one cookware upgrade. Why do you keep looking at me, Nick? It comes with 3 versatile pans, 2 saucepans, and a family-sized stock pot. New year, new you, new cookware. For a limited time only, our listeners get 10% off your order with our exclusive link. Just head to hexclad.com/creepcast. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/creepcast. Make sure to let them know that we sent you. Bon appetit. Let's eat with Hexclad's revolutionary cookware. Do they actually have us to say that? Bon appetit, let us eat with. Thank you to Hexclad. Now back to the episode.
I had a dream that we were walking to Chris's house again, but there were more trees than before.
Fuck.
And it was getting dark very quickly. I blinked and suddenly it was night. The forest sprawling in every direction. The rope swing hung in front of me. I turned around and Chris was gone. I heard a creak behind me. A feeling came over me like I'd missed a step on the stairs. For some reason, I couldn't turn around. I started walking straight ahead and the rope swing soon came into my view again. I was aware I was in a nightmare. The rope swing slowly lifted itself up into the trees and I watched it disappear. I walked over and stood beneath where it had been, and there was a rustle above me. As I lifted my eyes to the canopy, a black figure with the head of a cat came hurtling downwards with its mouth open, horrifically wide. One of its teeth touched my left eye, and I tore myself awake, gasping as I sat up in the tent. My back was damp with sweat, and Chris was asleep next to me. The lantern was still on, and I could see our backpacks at the end of the tent. I took a moment to breathe and then let myself lay back down, my head thumping on the floor a little too hard. I winced and reached for the bottle of water to my side, down in a few mouthfuls. I couldn't fall asleep with the glow of the lantern on my eyelids, so I sat up and searched the tent for it. Quickly realized the light was coming from outside. Ooh. Chris, I said, still confused from sleep. He mumbled something in reply. Chris, where's the lantern? He said slowly and sleepily before turning over. Looking around again, the light was obviously coming from outside. I weighed up the options. Either some murderer had snuck into our tent and done nothing but take the lantern outside, or we didn't actually bring it into the tent and I had remembered wrong. That sounded more convincing, so I knelt by the tent door and unzipped it. From the opening, I looked around. It wasn't immediately obvious where the glow was coming from. Why couldn't I see it? I looked up. The lantern was resting 20 feet in the air, hanging in the dark. Goosebumps swept across my skin and I zipped up the door before shaking Chris. That's pretty good.
I do like that.
That's pretty solid. Yeah, that's something's taken the lantern and like tied it to the rope swing it was testing earlier. Chris, please wake up. He heard the urgency in my voice and sat up.
What's wrong?
Chris said, rubbing his eyes.
The
lantern's hanging outside.
But I probably did.
I felt sick as my reasoning broke. We both looked at the front of the tent. We should go back to the house, I said, my resolve buckling. I was just a kid in a forest whose parents were away.
I'm not walking through the dark,
he replied. Chris was now looking worried. We've got a lantern. I stopped myself. We looked at the front of the tent again. Couldn't sit there forever. We were getting scared as we sat there doing nothing. So this was the plan. We weren't going back to sleep. We would get the lantern back somehow, leave everything here, and spend the night in Chris's house. I hated being the one to go first. I wanted to turn back, even just crouching by the tent entrance. Unzipping the fabric doors, I looked around. Nothing. I peered over the tent behind us. Nothing in sight. Literally nothing. Everything was black outside of the light. I took a step out and it was cold. Chris said the same as he stood right by my side, looking over his shoulder. He turned back and saw the lantern in the air.
Oh my god.
I stood there looking at it for a few seconds. It seemed to crawl by. Eventually, I worked out which tree it was hanging from. The broken rope swing at my feet confirmed it. Way up out of reach, the lantern hung above our heads, tied to the other end of the rope that still dangled from the darkness. I couldn't work it out. It was high up, too high up for even a ladder. The trees were thin and bare besides the leaves that made up the canopy. There was nowhere to climb. Picking up the length of rope that had snapped off earlier, I bundled it up and tied a knot and aimed it at the lantern. I took a step back and jumped, tossing it into the air. It caught the lantern on its side and sent it swinging through shadows rocking around us. I suddenly wished it hadn't hit it. The light made the shadows lean from side to side with the lantern. The horrible, unnatural swaying made me panic and my eyes became wet as fear took a solid hold of me. I picked up the rope again and lobbed it desperately at the lantern. I missed and the bundle of rope sailed off into the darkness. Helplessly, I turned to Chris, who had already grabbed his backpack. He span around and threw it with a yelp, and it hit the lantern dead on. It fell and thudded to the floor with a crack, but the light was still on and I ran to pick it up. I turned to Chris and almost cried with relief. Okay, go, let's go, I urged, and he started jogging quickly towards his house as I followed. Bro, that idea, the image of it hanging up in the tree, and like as it sways, all the shadows of the near trees are like swaying back and forth.
Yeah, just like
what
dancing.
A great visual, man.
Yeah, really creepy.
And also the idea of like, whatever did it to mess with them by hanging it up in the tree, and it's almost made them like they're in a fishbowl, right? Like they're not going to step out in the darkness, so they're stuck to this like this chosen area that's so creepy.
It's literally becoming like a shark in open water kind of thing. Yeah. But I do like the use of that shadow. It makes the threat feel like bigger, and it makes it feel like they're actually dwarfed in size, and they're like
something had to reach. There was nowhere to climb. Something had to reach up that big to tie.
Well,
even if you just a tree.
If you just think of the light, the shadows are gonna make it. Just makes everything. It makes you feel small, like you're trapped in a cage or something with the way it's swinging. But yeah, just really, really cool.
Yeah. We half ran, half stumbled off into the dark, checking over our shoulders and working ourselves up as our thoughts were consumed by everything that may be waiting in the trees for us. I don't know how long we were moving, but it soon became apparent that Chris's house wasn't in this direction.
For God's sakes, where is it?
Chris said, tension taking hold of his voice.
We'll have to find the tent and try again.
A couple of tears were forming at the corners of his eyes. They were probably on mine too, but my heart was thumping so hard I didn't notice. Okay, I took a breath and we turned around, headed in a straight line directly behind us. Wait, okay, so what happened there? I don't know. Oh, they were running the wrong way. I see. They've been going further into the woods.
Yeah, because they don't have they don't have the lantern, so they're just like.
Oh man. Wait, no, they got it. They knocked it on the ground. Remember?
And they grabbed it. Okay.
They grabbed it, but they're going the wrong way. Yeah. What if we didn't find the tent? I couldn't stop myself thinking that over and over as we retraced our steps. We walked for what seemed like twice as long before the light finally fell on the side of the tent. We ran up and stood close to its side, looking around to try and figure out which direction we should go. The silence was like the buildup of a nightmare, right before some horrible thing lurches out at you, screaming. The comparison made me gag and I scrunched my eyes shut, the hair on my skin lifting. My temples were so hot it felt like my brain was thudding against the inside of my skull. I couldn't begin to guess where the house was. We could see about 10 feet from the lantern, and then pitch black. There were no clues. Every direction looked wrong. Chris took the lantern from me and walked in a small circle, straining his eyes to try and see. I stayed put. Chris, turn it off, I whispered to him hurriedly.
What?
I stepped quickly and quietly towards him, bringing my face to his. There's something in the tent. Okay, for one, bear trap. Because at the beginning of the story I said perhaps they're in the woods and there's afraid there's something out there, so the turn it off's in reference to a flashlight. I was right. Also, oh my gosh.
I'm very curious to know what this thing is.
Yeah. We may not get a direct answer, and that's fine because they've given us so much to work with, but man. His gaze shifted past me towards the tent, and he stood there staring. We were standing on the left-hand side of the tent, and from this angle, I could just about see the unzipped door hanging open. But I remembered leaving it that way. So that wasn't what was making me clench my teeth together. A few feet away, my rucksack sat outside on the dry earth, the food I'd packed, now neatly arranged trailing from it. Our sleeping bags were also nicely laid out, end to end, making the line of belongings lead straight into the mouth of the tent. Dude. Oh, it's like breadcrumbs leading inside of the tent.
I do love it. This is like the way that this keeps kind of coming back to that grim fairy tale thing is really fun.
Yeah.
It really is like a child's like just tale. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a giant trapdoor spider. Like something's in there waiting. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nothing in here. I promise. Just candy and juice. Come on in.
I took a careful step forward so the light could pass more easily through the fabric. Couldn't have been a trick of the light. Something big and dark was obviously crouched, with what I guessed was its front facing the open door. I hated myself for not seeing it sooner. It didn't move at all or seem to breathe. It just sat, waiting for us to investigate the display it had made. Turn it off, I whispered again. Chris continued staring, deaf to me. Chris, I pleaded in a whisper. A voice from nearby joined in. Chris.
That's fun.
That's sick, dude. That's awesome. We both heard it and the blood fell in our veins. It came from the tent, a slow, strained rasp of a voice that sounded like a parrot copying a new word. The sound clicked across my skin and crept into my ears. The light flicked off with a click that was too loud. Chris grabbed my shoulder and I clenched my fist closed, painfully tight. We stood there in complete darkness. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to stay. My brain fought for control as my legs waited for a decision, rooted in place. We breathed shallow, quiet breaths, blackness pressing on our eyes like water. Sweat ran down my neck. I couldn't see the tent.
Chris, turn it off.
My stomach flipped inside out as the thing in the tent played with my words. I quickly grabbed Chris's hand, yanking him in the opposite direction. I ran like I never had before, Chris's legs thudding alternately with mine. The sprint continued for about a minute. We lost ourselves as we ran through absolute darkness. I forgot where we were and I couldn't see what was in front of my face. I ran head on into a tree and my forehead struck its side with a sickening hollow knock. Oof. Sparks lit up inside my eyes and I choked back the pain. It hurt so much I couldn't breathe. Chris tried to pull me on, but I buckled to the floor on my knees and threw up. As I collapsed onto my back, my head went numb. Chris lifted me up.
Please don't stop, please, please.
He begged. I couldn't reply.
Please keep going.
I forced my legs to take my weight as I locked my knees upright, leaning on Chris. My body felt empty and a little blood rolled down my forehead and into my brow. I wiped it away as I tried to grasp the situation again, but the pain was too much. Wait, I can't. Just wait. We stood together in the inky woods, but we could have been anywhere. I couldn't see Chris as he huddled next to me. It didn't feel like darkness. It felt like someone had wrapped my head in a blanket. Neither of us said a word as we waited, but our breathing was loud, and I wondered from what distance it could be heard. Reality began to return to me, and the pain was now just about bearable. I straightened up, grasping at what was happening. The pins of fear sank into me a second time, and I started counting in my head. 1 minute passed without any sound in the world. The wind was dead, and the birds might be too. Another minute went by. I continued counting. 3 minutes. We were still alone. Was it even looking for us? I reached for Chris's arm in the dark. He jumped when I touched it, but I steadied him with the other. He was still holding the lantern. Good. We had light on our side. Now if only we could use it. I went over the events hurriedly in my mind. The lantern was hanging from a tree. We got out of the tent, then couldn't find our way home. By the time we returned to the tent, something was in it, but then why did it take the lantern and do nothing while we slept? If it was sheer luck that we were alone when we were trying to get the lantern, I wonder just how small the possibility was of us getting a second chance. I stayed silent for a moment and then whispered as best I could. Chris, we need to turn on the lantern. We need to get away from here, and we make a run for your house, but we need to see.
No, please. We have to stay here. We can wait for morning if we have to. You can't turn it on.
I could hear in his voice that a sob was breaking through.
Just keep quiet. You fucking have to, please.
Parted my lips to try again, but as I did, I heard something. A very faint clicking sound from somewhere in the dark. It was almost inaudible, but it was there. An irregular, stuttering, clicking sound. It sounded like fingernails on a wooden table, and it was moving. It came from in front of us, I was sure of it. A steady click, clack, click filled my ears as we tried to gauge the distance. It was drawing closer. Click, clack, click. It stopped. I was glad for the first time in my life that I couldn't see what was waiting in the dark. Perhaps that meant we were also hidden. As my thoughts fired off in every direction, I gave the thing in the darkness the image of the cat-headed woman. And it terrified me. I was just waiting to hear that meow, but my ears were met with something else.
Chris.
I tensed my throat and tried not to cry. It said his name twice, and I cupped my hand over my mouth. The horrible, scraping dialogue sounded a few steps away. The words were said oddly, with no meaning behind them. They were just sounds that this thing had picked up and was now using them to catch us out in the dark. Chris let go of my hand, and I heard his foot plant softly on the grass behind me as he prepared to run. Don't you dare, I tried to project into his mind. Don't you make a sound. It sounded so wrong, drawn out like a door slowly opening. Chris let out a whimper as it called him. I froze and waited for something, anything to happen. There was a long silence and I held my breath for as long as I could. I couldn't wait anymore. Very slowly, I reached out to Chris and put my hand on his shoulder, and very carefully, we both lifted our feet and managed to step without making a sound. We backstepped away from the voice and didn't stop moving, but ever so carefully. So slowly. I didn't care how long it would take us to get somewhere. If it took us an hour every step, we were going to get out. Chris backed into a tree and gasped audibly. The clicking started up immediately. It rolled on, consistently moving towards us. I didn't know what to do. All I could think of was to screw my eyes shut and try not to scream. As we stood there, the clicking came to a stop an arm's length away from where we stood. Silence.
Turn it on.
Fear took over. Chris switched on the light and tore off in the other direction without looking behind him. I wheeled in place and held the lantern in my sight like nothing else existed. We didn't dare look at that thing, but we could hear it. Our footsteps thudded on the grass, and the thing pursued us with the tap, 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 now like scurrying little claws on hard earth. As I ran desperately to catch up to the light, the sound suddenly rose up behind me and over our heads in between the trees. This wasn't happening. It was going to drop down on us. Turn! I screamed. I didn't care anymore. If we were going to get out with our lives, we were going to have to run for them. We suddenly changed course. The tapping stopped for a moment, long enough for us to gain a few feet before it came in our direction again. My legs were cramping horribly and Chris was gasping hard. We couldn't keep this up. But where were we? I saw the light from the lantern come to an abrupt halt up ahead. I didn't have time to stop and brace myself to thump into Chris, but the light passed beneath my feet. He had dropped the lantern. I turned my head and watched it recede into the darkness. It was immediately too far for me to go back. The thing would be on me in a second. Chris! I was crying and swiping tears from my cheeks as I ran, preparing for my face to connect with the tree at any moment.
Keep going!
I heard Chris from up ahead.
There's a light!
My vision was bleary from tears, but could see it, an orange glow hanging in the air in the distance. Another one? What was happening? I wanted to scream at him to avoid it, but I realized it was a street light. My legs felt like I was running through water, but I pushed them harder with the goal in sight. Gradually and painfully, the light drew closer, as did the clicking. The could move like nothing I knew. I saw Chris's figure pass underneath the street light.
Hi Mo, how you doing? What do you mean, hoi cute corgi? Hoi cute kabit. So, mo eta. Who was Mitch Warriors 5 mercenaries?
Okay, so.
Oh.
Anything? Any kind of a lucky directional launch?
Oh, jump.
What if we get behind it this way? Oh, there we go.
I believe I can fly.
We made it.
Wait.
Oh. Half-Life 2.
You skip the...
One of my favorites.
The puzzle with... by clipping into things. Oh my god, that was kinda amazing. Look at Kiki made. Bark. Nice. Oh, did you got your full model tracking? Because I ended up in Apen's raid, and you were VR back, and so I could say it might be a full tracking thingy. Oh, jump. And so raiders and more, if you need to rest, please rest. No, we will have to see in the future. Oh my god, this fucking guy. First off, the door. Good. I'll jump. Okay, we will see in the future. It is something. Watch out from Great One.
You did it! You really did it! You're opening up Nostalgia's heart. All you have to do now is kill the other 3 great ones. Nostalgia's been suffering because no one was removing her pain except me. I try to lift some of the burden from those who carry too gosh darn much, but
I equal it out evil with good.
you're a hero.
Oh?
You get that? I have a gift for you. A relic from a friend I once helped.
What happened to that friend? He made this. Wait, this is fucking rapier. I think it was the look like the nail from. Is the nail from Hollow Knight? It's interesting. I like it. I like the game, but still is chunky, like if it were Dark Souls 1. Yeah, looks like the nail. What does the description say? It says as follows. It doesn't have lore. Also, it's unburdened, so it doesn't have any. Anything. Okay. I also have the shovel sword. The shovel sword from Shovel Knight. I kinda like and dislike the mechanic of discovering the weapons memory and armor, but I don't know. It's hit or miss in my opinion. Watch out for rushing.
Perhaps one more interference? Suddenly, choo-choo!
Oh shit. Oh, nice. Oh, running away. Be patient. Suddenly a hilarious thing. Exactly.
I like trains.
Shut the fuck up. Watch out from front and try looting. Okay. Any of my equipment wants to be remembered? No. Oh, it's a bad game design. What does it say? Affirmant fat enemy. What the f? I mean, we are
he was gone again.
Also watching
Don't
Clipcast
stop!
in the
I
background.
yelled as I approached the edge of the forest, and my legs adjusted as the forest floor gave way to a solid footing. I could see a row of more streetlights leading off to the right, and Chris's figure was passing regularly underneath each. When I was sure I was completely out of the trees, I didn't stop. I ran under several more streetlights, putting as much distance as I could manage between us and the edge of the woods. I realized after a while that the clicking had stopped. I needed to see we were okay. I turned my head and looked back along the row of lights, keeping my gaze on the first light. My pace slowed as the pain in my head and legs came back. Silence once more, and the lights revealed an empty pathway. I jogged on and kept my eyes on the glow, expecting to see something at any minute, but it lit up nothing but concrete in the edge of the road. Is it there? The question pulsed in my mind over and over. As I turned my head to continue catching up to Chris, I caught sight of something pass under the first streetlight. An almighty shock went through me as my fears were confirmed. I let out a cry and picked up the pace once more, sprinting between the lights. The image was burned into my mind. I hardly caught a glimpse of the thing, but it was white and massive. It almost brushed the streetlight as it went under it. It had a long, upright body full of kinks, like it had just unfolded itself. That's all I was able to tell. Must have had a face and limbs, but I didn't have time to see. I didn't look again.
What do you mean
The
by
path gave way
equal
to more
and
lights, and
evil
soon I
naked?
could see the glow of windows and some houses on either side of the road. I recognized where we were, close to my house by some miracle. A little further and we would be there. My house! I yelled, and Chris listened, turning left onto a side street and dashing down. With panic on my side, I reached the turn and looked down the road to see Chris jumping the fence into my garden.
Hurry up!
I heard him scream. Reaching the fence, I planted my hands on top, hoisting myself over and shredding my elbows in the process. My ankles stung as I thudded into the garden and sprinted towards the kitchen door. Chris stepped aside, gasping for air as I fumbled the key into the lock and wrenched it sideways. We both flew into the kitchen and slammed the door behind us. I locked it from the inside and we both sprinted upstairs into the bedroom, locking it behind us. What was that? I managed to say in a panicked whisper, wondering if it would get in. Did you see it?
No.
Chris crouched under the window, letting tears roll. Shit, it was so tall. It was. I couldn't.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Chris cut me off. I mulled it over again and again as we sat there. Minutes slowly ticked by into hours. My head was fizzing all the while, and I could still hear its voice. A disgusting voice. My elbows and forearms were sticky with blood, and we both looked at the floor. The occasional sob coming from the two of us. Our hearts banged in our chest, and we spent the night that way. Light streamed in from the window, but we didn't unlock the bathroom door until noon. We crept downstairs. Kitchen door was still locked, and nothing was in the house. Looked out the living room window. Another perfect day. No people walked by, but the sprinklers were on and I could hear birds again. It helped to calm our nerves. That tin can stay there, I said at last.
Yeah.
Chris agreed. We stayed in the living room with the TV off all day. We didn't know what to do. Talked about if we should call the police or something. The day crawled by as we tried to rake our thoughts together and think of what to do next. But all that went through my mind was what had just happened, not what we should be doing. By the time it was dark, at about 9 p.m., phone rang. It was Chris's parents asking if I had seen him as they were getting worried. He just got back from out of town. I let them know he was okay and asked if they could come and pick us both up from my house because something had happened. They wanted to know what, but I said we'd both tell them when
the
they get
thingy
here. Said they'd be here soon.
that sometimes appears in
Relief washed
the
over us as adults were on their way to make everything all right.
like there is a
They would
decrypted
believe us. We didn't lie
thingy
about these
in
things.
X.
Even if they were skeptical, they'd at least believe that some dangerous animal was in the forest, and that was good enough for us. I went into the kitchen to get some juice from the
Of course. Of course. It begin with juice, end with juice. It only makes sense with our main character at this point. Motherfucker loves juice. Motherfucker cannot go a day without juice. Good lord.
Bro, I've been so locked in.
I know.
Like and then just
and then Mr. Chills was like, and juice.
We can't forget what the story is all about.
It's just to push juice. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the second
I went
one.
to the kitchen to get some juice from the fridge and realized I hadn't had a drink all day. I could hear water dripping in the sink, so I turned the faucet tighter and clugged some juice. As I headed towards the living room, the water started to tap again. Uh-oh. I flicked the light on and realized it wasn't coming from the sink, or anywhere in the room for that matter. It sounded like it was coming from further away. I looked out into the garden, could just about see a fuzzy, tall silhouette leaning up against the back fence in the dark. Actually, tapping sounded more like clicking. The figure slowly moved away from the fence and clicked across the grass towards us.
What happened? What happened, Kiki?
That's the end. That was good. That was solid.
I think it's interesting. I was gonna say there's so many stories out there that I feel like are just a person who's like understands what it takes to just make something kind of spooky, right? I do like these stories. Every time we read one of these kind of stories where it's like a really fun, spooky hook. Because
I just want to stop the suffering. Well, I'm a giver like that. The local Great One was not a giver. He devoured Nostalgia's memories from within the player housing mansion up above. Desperation brings out.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
I know you can beat him. I believe in you.
The fucking thing is evil. Change my mind. You know, might give me a great emote idea. Is that so? Oh. Return icon. Yay! It's clearly funny. I will give you that. Oh, a door? Locked. Oh, fucking course. Oh, another one. Everyone does so much damage. No. That was me HP. Oh, I forgot I had souls to level up. If I along here, can I go? Yes. I do wonder how are you going to pull it off.
The irredeemable sliver persisted onward, witnessing what Nostalgaia might once have been and what it had become.
What the? The words of kids, what the hell? Lovely. How many times are you going to do that? You bitch. Oh, here comes another. Oi, that one was homie. You bitch. Oof, I thought for a moment I was going to glitch myself out of boundaries. Prime Piercer. Oh. Remember? Yes. Oh, by the way, Kiki, I don't know if you were around here, but we got the nail from Hollow Knight. Okay, these guys are hella nasty. I have any item that can be remembered in here. Doesn't seem like so. toilet? That's a good question. Have you been sleeping well, Moo? Okay. How about sleeping? Have you slept well? Okay, then all is good. Anything here wants to be remembered? No. What are you? Fucking bears. No. Fucking bastard. Fucking grab attack. Oh. Check the point though. Oh yeah, the video.
That's, you know, it is what it is. It really doesn't give you anything besides being like it was pale, blah blah blah. But you almost like, these are the stories where I'm like, fuck, I wish this was like the length of, you know, a Baraska or like something kind of long where you could get into these characters and have these kind of like big swinging moments and stuff. Do you think that those can exist in the same realm of like some of the other like longer stories we read? I feel like whenever we read a longer story, it becomes a character drama, which you have to have a character drama for the length of things and develop characters and have payoffs and all that kind of stuff. But do you think that you could, would it just have to be basically like a series of vignettes between these, like, you know, a series of spooky vignettes that happen in between all of these character developments and stuff?
Wait, ask that question one more time.
Basically, what I'm saying is, sorry if I'm saying it weird. I guess what I'm saying is that these stories, there's so many stories where it's like a shorter story like this, where it's punchy, probably because the person had an idea of like, hey, you're out in the woods, you don't know what it is, and this thing chases you. Even if it's something like that, and you kind of like, you branch off on that. Whenever we read something like Baraska or something, or you know, even like Stolen Tongues. Stolen Tongues is probably the closest thing to this in the realm of like, on a longer story, you have to have things where there's conflicts with characters, there's arcs to a character. A character starts here and it goes, and the character is fundamentally changed by the end of the story. But I don't think that we ever get like these like big pounding moments. I mean, not, you know, not always. Like I said, Stolen Tongues has its moments as well, but kind of, I guess, like you have to sacrifice one for the other, you know, like can you have these big exciting fun chasing moments or in these longer stories, or is it because that it's so ambiguous that it becomes something like, when it's short it can be ambiguous and quick, and because of that it takes on whatever scary things in your mind, because there really is no description. In Stolen Tongues it's very descriptive, right? You know, in these longer stories, the more that you're with it, the more that the character's going to see it. Just to have it just be this long drawn out story would be not silly, but it would just be like you'd want to, like, it's a payoff, like you want to see the monster, you want to know what it is, all that kind of stuff. But the shorter ones have the advantage of it being this kind of like, I think it's far more common to get these punchy, powerful moments out of short stories
And this isn't a discredit to shorter stories.
No.
But it's because you can build a story around the punch in a short form, right? You can have like, because I mean, man, you want to talk about a punch, the light dangling above the tent, and then coming back to see the food, like
you
into
can
the
tell
tent, all time, incredible.
You can tell that moment with how, because that's how you can tell too, for people that are like, I guess, trying to like get into writing and stuff, because we've been seeing a lot of people writing on this new subreddit we have called Tales from the Creeps, which is all of our, it's like a new subreddit that we're doing that's just all stories, and it's awesome. But I see a lot of people asking like, I just don't know how I'm supposed to get into it. I would say all of these start with like that moment is probably the first thing that was the hook, where the person was like, oh, that's fun. And then they build a story around that, which is why you have some things, which it's fine for short stories, having stuff that's like, yeah, the kid, he's fucking obsessed with the juice thing, and there's like an over excessive amount of like, from 9:22 I do this, from 9:30 I did it, like whatever. These are just like filler things that you can tell the person just like maybe just didn't care about as much, and they're just like, get me to that part that I want to do. Or you're building backwards, you know, you set it up, you build backwards and then forward. You're kind of just building the entire story around this thing, which is the fun point. But you know, like you're saying, that doesn't discredit the short stories, because it's the same thing of like critiquing a short film the same way that you would critique a feature-length film. They're just two different things, you know, like that's they're objectively different, even though they're still telling stories. They're just fundamentally doing a different thing. They have a different purpose. But I just think that's kind of interesting, because it's just you really get nothing out of these characters. There's really no kind of arc. It's just a fun, spooky, like rip off the Band-Aid kind of thing. And I feel like we get these a lot, but I don't know why. It just kind of hit me where it's like, I wonder, like, it's nice as a palate cleanser, but I do wonder if there's something where it's like, is there something more to the story? You know, how ambiguous can you be through these stories versus just focusing solely on character? You know, like you can't just go through a whole story and not give away the creature, right? Am I wrong? I guess that's kind of one. Have you ever read a story where it's like it's like a feature?
Well, this is very Dark
I wouldn't say
Souls.
feature length because I'm thinking of film, but I guess I mean like a full narrative book where you just don't even see the thing. Like it's just kind of ambiguous and in the shadows.
The Whistlers.
I guess that's true. The Whistlers.
That was really long, and they never revealed what they look like. There was the dog thing that it turned out was the thing hunting them, but the greater Whistler that was using humans as bait to hunt that thing, we never see what that looks like.
I guess that's true, and I think
I also like the description we get of this monster, where it's like it folds itself up to be smaller, but we don't get any more than that. Like it's a giant white lanky thing, but that's all the description.
I don't know if you felt the same. Whenever they said that it was large and white, it made me think of the moth from that story where the guy has sex with like the giant moth mother.
I thought of Long Horse.
Oh, is that what you? Okay. Yeah. I think as soon as I heard like large white, I just thought of like a giant pillow body, which kind of fucked me up of like this giant insect. I was kind of hoping in the story that the creature would hold onto the light and it would be like moving through the forest, almost like it's like a giant lightning bug or whatever, just like floating through the forest and like, you know, like just that shadow play is so fun. And picturing that, you're like, oh fuck, it's almost like a spirit, because then it takes on a new form where it's like, yeah, it's a monster, but now it almost feels like a ghost or something floating through this forest. It's a lot of fun. I think that, like, you know, once again, it's fun whenever these stories are on the shorter side that have like a fun hook to them, versus it really sucks when we read a story and it's like 6 hours long and you're like, what the fuck, even, like there's no
it's certainly punchy. I will say I think it's more impressive when someone can have that level of, I guess, quality or punchiness, and they do it for longer. I think that's more of a feat.
Oh, it is.
The first example that comes to mind is Pen Pal.
Yeah,
because Pen Pal had several little vignettes like that that all connected, and each one was like strong, hitting, satisfying. I feel like that's more impressive But that's not to say like the setting of the lantern, the tin and stuff like that wasn't incredible. Wasn't worth the story. Didn't work so well, flow so well together.
The difference and the reason why it's so satisfying is because Pen Pal's all about character. You have to have strong characters. Like you care about the characters. These I could care less. Like I really
sure.
There's nothing.
But at the same time, the like the moments in Pen Pal, those individual punches I think worked on their own. Like the scene of the raft going down the river, her getting hit by the car outside of the theater and stuff like that. They just work so much better because we do care about the characters.
Exactly. I think that they do. They are their own, and you could have them be their own, but it's so much more effective when you're rooting for this character. Like you're with them. You're like, you want to see where this is going. You establish a relationship with them. But then I think that's also just writing something that's real. It's understanding that like this character is changing, things are unfolding. That's just so hard. It's a very hard thing to do. So whenever you do come across stories that kind of like move you in that way, it's almost always because the author is writing good characters. And that's the backbone, in my opinion, of just story in general, is conflict in characters and stuff. So these are nice too, though. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like I said, I love the like peel the band-aid off kind of stories like this, where it's just like, I don't fucking know, it's a stupid kid who likes juice, let me get you to where I want to get you. I think is a fun way too. So I think it's just the reason I want to say that too is just people who are writing this are going into things differently. It's like, it's not that like one diminishes the other, it's just a completely different approach. You know, and that you shouldn't look at it like, well, I have to have X, Y, and Z. It's like sometimes it's just nice to be on the ride. But that's our episode, guys. We appreciate you. Thank you for listening on our audio platforms like Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and give us a nice rating there. It helps. And consider signing up to our Patreon for bonus content. And if you just want to support the channel, we got some fun stuff planned for this year. And Isaiah is getting ready to be a dad. So if there is any kind of gap in the future,
I've actually never addressed that publicly before. So thanks for outing me.
Yeah, you have.
I have not.
Oh, well, we can edit it out.
No. This is a good way for it to announce you.
Okay, well, everyone, there was
out there completely.
Sorry. Well, I thought that it was public knowledge. I apologize.
No, Kayla has mentioned it.
Oh, okay. We can still edit.
No, I think that's a perfect way to just leave it at the end of an episode with you without consulting me, bringing it out loud. I think that's a good.
Alrighty. Well, his wife's getting ready to shit out a baby here pretty soon.
Not you, gross. Oh my God.
Shit out a baby. Isaiah is going to be in dad mode for a while as well. So this year is going to be very. It's just interesting. I'm very excited for you guys, and also excited just to see how this channel it just explores that new feat in your life and stuff. I'm just curious. I'm curious to see how it changes you, and see how maybe even you look at stories differently or something, just from the perspective of being a new dad. You know what I mean?
I'm about to reread The Road. Which the core thing of it's like a father and son.
It's okay, don't worry.
So
Sometimes
I'm
I also
about to reread that, and I'm
end up
I fully
in the
expect it
raid
to put me into a coma. So
late.
Oh, are you gonna read is it the gift I got you? That one? You gonna dive into that one?
Actually, I will say, so as much as I make fun of Hunter, hold on, let me show this off. Hunter sent me, this is an incredible gift, for Christmas, a first edition copy of The Road, like in the original 80s publication title, with Cormac McCarthy's signature, who is not only my favorite author, but he has now passed away. So this is an incredible gift, very incredible gift. So I appreciate it very much. When you go to the front, where it says also by Cormac McCarthy, if you look at any modern publication, it's his whole bibliography. But since this was published then, it stops at the Orchard Keeper, because that was the most recent thing he did before The Road. So
projectile have to be homing.
This is spectacular. So Hunter did quite well. I appreciate that very much.
It's his favorite book. It's the thing that got him into reading. I listen.
Well, that's actually very impressive. It's very impressive. I appreciate that.
Of course. But also, I think that this year too, it'd be interesting to see if we could try to get. We tried last year, to the best of our ability to try to get in and read published work. I know there's kind of a weird debate of people online. They're like, well, I want them to check out published works, or people are like, oh, just stick to the online internet stories. We're gonna try whatever, you know what I mean? I think some people don't know what they want until they actually get it, but there's things where we would like to read some longer stories, just because, I mean, you know, we've been reading creepypastas for so long and these internet horror stories that it would be cool to kind of get like a big longer chunk of something recorded. So that's in the future. The only reason I say that too is that just, you know, new episode or new year, new episode kind of thing, just thinking about it. So if you have any suggestions below, feel free to let us know. Otherwise, stay beautiful. You guys are the best fan base on earth, and we appreciate you. So thank you so much, guys. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Stay creep. That was just a really good story. And then watch Goosebumps. And oh yeah, funny mention. What did I get Hunter for Christmas? Absolutely nothing, because I'm a great friend. Yep. So.
What the fuck?
Right, bye.
Dagger. Interesting. Pues Spanish, buenas noches. En ese caso, yo soy Javi for bed. Have a good one. Buenas noches. Have a good night. What? Wait. Did it respawn or what? What? What the fuck, man? Okay, let me change video. If you have any good what the fuck? Essay video. Fellows, can you answer actually? Wait, what? No. Oh, let's watch this one.
You know, I've always wondered if I lived in Fallout, would I be willing to do what it takes to survive? I mean, in a world like this full of mutants and other weird things, you'd probably have to get pretty weird yourself if you wanted to live. Like, what if you were really hungry, looking around your house for food, but all you could find were a bunch of carrots? Why are there so many goddamn... If you don't eat something soon, you'll probably die. So really, it's a choice between survival and starvation. And if you had to make that choice, what would you be willing to do? What? Cannibalism! Pretty universally considered bad, even in the Fallout universe where morality isn't necessarily top in that priority list. Even the people who are willing to kill and steal to survive generally understand that you probably shouldn't eat a guy, even if he looks like really tasty, even if he's wearing a hot dog costume. I'm gonna be wearing a hot dog costume later, look forward to that. But still, even if universally looked down upon, that does not stop some people from doing it anyway. There are multiple different groups of man munchers across the Fallout universe, and I want to talk about 3 specific instances of them across 3 different games. The first one from Fallout 3, the best one from Fallout New Vegas, and one really interesting example from probably the last game in the series you would ever expect me to talk about. Each one of these examples is vastly different from the other, with some people just doing what they got to do to survive, and others who see it as a delicacy for only the most refined palate. Yeah, I got my pinky up, but I'm fancy. And even though they're different, each one of them shows a unique corner in the incredible Fallout world. Anyway, the first example from Fallout 3 is in a town called Andale. A small town stuck in time pretending everything is normal. Not really much of a town necessarily. It's just a couple people living in the 3 houses that were left after this little suburban neighborhood got hit with a big nuke to the face. I immediately knew something was wrong here because the first person I talked to was this old man living in the smallest house on the block, and he tried his best to convince me to leave as fast as possible.
What? How? How did you get in here? What are you doing in this town? Get out! Get out while you can!
Claiming that all the people who lived here were evil and crazy. He said that if I didn't believe him, I should look in the basement or in the shed for proof. So I went to the main house to meet these crazy people that he was talking about, and they really didn't seem that strange at first. Why does everybody keep looking at me like that? These people aren't crazy. These are just God-fearing Americans who think the best thing a man can do is vote, and the only thing worse than a super mutant is a Democrat.
We didn't vote for any beatnik liberal commies, that's for sure.
What's so eerie about them is how they seem to act like everything is fine, and they put on this clear act of calm. Or maybe it's not an act, but it's definitely creepy. Now, this other house across the street is just the same layout of house, but flipped, and instead of a basement, they have a shed in the back. Both the basement and the shed are locked and require a key. So I figured I'd just poke around a little bit more, look for the key, and then sneak down into the basement at night. Now, if you look into the refrigerator in either of these houses, you will find that it is stacked full of something called strange meat. Something that the old man's fridge does not contain. I asked the man's wife what he thought about all of this stuff, and she just kind of said that no one ever asks her opinion on anything, and then kind of just behaved like a mindless drone.
Oh, well, no one ever asks me my opinion about anything, but I love it here.
She didn't have the key on her either, so odds are it was with the big guy. I asked her and pretty much everyone else in the town about the old man who had told me everyone was crazy, but every one of them just kind of laughed it off. Though the wife did accidentally let slip that this was her dad, and keyword was, because he wasn't her dad, according to her, after she got married. Like, after she got married, he stopped being her dad. I also talked to the son, and he said he's gonna have to marry the little girl across the street, which he does not seem very interested in, mostly because he's pretty sure that's his cousin. Not exactly sure how this all lines up, but they are definitely keeping it in the family over on this side. He also said some crazy shit about how he doesn't normally get to talk to the new people because his dad will take care of them before he gets to.
I've never got a chance to talk to the new people. Dad always takes care of them before I get a chance.
There wasn't much else to find in the town.
From you, have you been gifted direction?
No.
For my part, I seem to remember more as you struggle. There's value in that struggle. In struggle, I'm certain of it. The past, even in its pain, gives meaning to the future. I wonder, you have no doubt seen the flickering doors throughout Nostalgaia.
Yes.
They are chasms with no path forward because they hold no memory of what they were. What might happen if you offered memory back to these forgetting spaces? Why don't you try?
Oh, finally.
So I decided to wait until nightfall when I could go in and steal the key. But while we wait, I can tell you about this video's sponsor, ZocDoc. It's not always easy to find and schedule a doctor's appointment. It's just an easy way to find a doctor for sponsoring this video. Once nighttime came, I snuck into the house and up into the room where I could steal the key.
What? You freak?
I took it and went downstairs towards the basement.
Forgetting themselves in Nostalgaia. Hostile denizens may also be affected by your generosity.
Bodies strung up on meat hooks. More
Your
fridges full of
weaponless
strange
stick arms
meat
now do
that we've
numerous.
now
Ja, so
confirmed
chyba
belong to these people.
Wypunkcie na
Some of the
enemy
bodies in here were raiders,
share.
but others, like this one, are just labeled as settlers. So they don't eat bad people or people who would cause them harm. They just eat people who you are as nothing.
Probably put this a video about Fallout.
Nothing to do with how you taste, I guess. They really just see you as meat. Yeah, terrible. I don't know why they would ever just see you like that. Coming up from the basement, the people crowded around me as I walked out of the house to confront me about all my sneaking around.
Hey there, stranger. I've got something that I want to talk to you about. I couldn't help but notice that you're poking around in my basement. So, be honest now, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Dude, no, I would never do that. I would never do that ever to you. Now, there's a few ways this can play out. You can tell them that you're cool with it and that you don't judge, and they'll leave you be. But in most other cases, whether you act squeamishly about it or boldly judge their choices, the father will adamantly try and defend his position that he was just trying to provide for his family. That they had to do this, else they would have died. Just putting food on the table. And in most circumstances, this conversation will end with them trying to kill you and probably eat you. My favorite line that he says was like, if you really go hard into him and judge him, he just goes, honey, get the ketchup.
No, friend. I'm afraid that we can't let you leave. Get the ketchup, Linda.
How you eating dude with ketchup? You better eat me sauceless. If you're gonna eat me, I better go sauceless or I'm pissed. I wonder what sauce would pair best with me. I'm thinking of Dijon. What do we think? Oh, we're in pinky up territory now. Oh, we're getting fancy with the Dijon. They're not very hard to kill, especially if you have a big flame sword that leaves their bodies burning until the morning light. If you go and talk to the old man before you leave, he'll tell you that his plans are to take the children and raise them a little better than the cannibals might have. You know, under better values. Like, don't eat people. He also tells us that Andel, this town, was founded by 4 families over 200 years ago. So there was definitely some inbreeding going on here. My guess is that the whole, like, your father stops being your father once you get married is their weird way of getting around, like, marrying people you're related to. And maybe the years of inbreeding and cannibalism are what drove them mad to believe that everything was completely normal, and that's why they were acting that way. The grandfather, though, will hopefully take better care of the children and not make them marry their cousin. It's not a huge encounter. It doesn't have the most depth, but I mean, that's Fallout 3 for you. If you want something a little more nuanced, with maybe an endless, overwhelming amount of ways that it can go, paths that you can take, then you might have to wander out west towards the Mojave and look into my second example of cannibals from the Fallout series in Fallout New Vegas. And there I was, just a little strip walking down the strip. I bought this costume just to say that. When I saw a sizzling sight, the Ultra Lux Casino, the classiest, most high-end establishment in all of the wasteland, the pinky-uppest territory there is. But little did I know, inside there would be some greasy characters. Pun number 3. I baconed my way inside, that's nothing, and lost all my money at the blackjack table before I started the quest. I don't know what happened. I blacked out and it was gone. Okay, how about if I tell a good joke, then you have to give me my money back, okay? I got it. So, how did the bacon pay for college? Strip. The quest actually starts over here at the bar, where you meet a man named Heck Gunderson. Heck is the biggest Brahmin rancher in the area, and if you don't know what a Brahmin is, totally fair, I get it, it's like a cow, but it looks like that. I feel like calling him a rancher was a pretty easy giveaway, and you probably should have put those clues together and drawn that conclusion yourself, but hey, I won't fry you for it. I'm gonna stop doing that. Ed Gunderson is here on business with the White Glove Society, the group that runs this hotel and controls all the food distribution in the area. Well, while here on business, his son has gone missing. He wants our help to go and find him. Now, just a quick little side note here before I go into how I tackled this mission. Fallout New Vegas is not like other video games. There are a ton of different ways that you can tackle this mission specifically. Now, the possibilities are not endless necessarily, but sometimes it really does feel like that. There's so much depth and variation in the different choices you can make, and some of the choices are blocked by a level gap. You'll see bits of this through my experience of it, but just know that there are multiple ways that this can go that even I won't be able to show in this video.
Yeah, there is. Oh, remember that sweet sword I gave you? Powerful, right?
I didn't use
I'll
it.
give you more power. All you have to do is bring me the relics you find that are burdened with memories. I can absorb their suffering. Instead, you'll get to wield super duper awesome versions of them to beat up whatever, and their liberated husks won't have any memories left to burn. Win-win.
Brother.
How can I?
My god, that's expensive. Consider item. Any item here is vibrating. No, maybe nothing I have. AC maker key. Oh, the
Told Heck I would help him find his son and began investigating the area. Hopefully he would give me some money in return. I have truly lost everything at the blackjack table.
No, because like it's a play on words, because like bacon strip, like you have a strip of bacon, and also you can take off your clothes for money.
They take away all your weapons as soon as you walk into the casino, so you really don't have much to work with here unless you steal your weapons back from the safe or you just steal things from the people here. I didn't end up stealing my weapons back or anything. I played it cool and went up to the guy who seemed to be in charge named Mortimer. I asked him if he had any work that I could help with, and he said,
"No, not from the likes of you, I'm afraid."
Okay, why the fuck would you say that? Could've just said no. He told me he was not in charge, in fact, and that I should go to talk to someone named Marjorie. I went and found her, talked to her for a little bit, and what she said just kind of blew me away. These people are self-reporting like crazy around here.
This again? I thought this was all settled. I answered every one of that investigator's questions to his satisfaction and gave all the help I could. For the last time, the White Glove Society has never and will never consume human flesh for any reason.
I just vaguely asked about a missing person, and then she just assumed I was talking about a completely different missing person, and then insisted, "Oh, we don't eat people, we don't eat people, we don't do that, we don't do that around here." Bro, no one asked if you ate him. I just wanted to know if you've seen him. I didn't consider he'd be in your belly, and it never came to mind. Did you eat him? Yes. I didn't want to give away my suspicions just yet, so I just kept playing it cool, And I asked if I could talk to the other investigator who was investigating the first missing person. Before I did that, though, I just poked my head into the kitchen to see what I could find. I figured if they were talking about eating him, then if they were gonna prepare him somewhere, it probably would have been in there. I didn't find the body, but what I did find was 2 people cooking entire animals with flamethrowers. Awesome, but also I am trespassing right now, and so all they would need to do is turn around and I would get extra crispy. I apologize. That pun was a relapse, and it is not who I want to be. I've changed, and I'm gonna be different, and I will be good to you and the kids too. And I just look. A boy needs his father. You can't keep me away. I snuck around the 2 cooks? Question mark! Exclamation point. Grabbed the knife off the table and made my way downstairs. I did get immediately spotted by a person and did not know how to handle the situation, and so I stabbed him to death. Didn't even really mean to do it. Just something that happened. Sometimes you gotta improvise. That's improv, baby. I figured I had already killed him. I might as well strip him and wear his clothes. And it was so cool. I didn't even know this beforehand. This counts as a disguise. Like everyone, if you walk around like this, will believe that you're just one of the White Glove Society. So I put on his clothes and just hoped no one would find his naked body in the hall, and I pressed on. I walked down the hall and found a bunch of wine that had been left out, as well as the head chef who I met, and he is very mean to me.
Why are you standing still? Do you think the world waits for you while you stand there drooling?
I didn't find anything else though, so I just left back upstairs to go check in on the investigator. Mortimer gave me the room number of the head investigator and asked if I had made any breaks in the case. And I thought this was my chance to get a little devious, mischievous even, and so I lied, and I said yes. I thought if they were cannibals, this would surely make them show their hand. I could have tried to convince him that I was actually cool with all of them eating people, but I didn't have the cannibal perk that you can actually get in this game, so I just assumed it probably wouldn't have worked. I haven't actually tried to play this quest as a cannibal, but I bet you there's a whole path for that as well. I went up to the investigator's room only to find him dead on the floor, and 2 members of the White Glove Society rushing in behind me to come and kill me too. Luckily, I had stolen a knife, so I just stabbed them too. Definitely feeling less bad about killing that guy in the basement earlier. Now, on the investigator's body, there was a matchbook that had a note written on it to meet somebody in the steam room at 4 p.m. Now, at this point, it was like the middle of the night, and even though this guy was technically dead, he still owns the bed, so I had to stand there and wait for 16 hours. And then I headed to the steam room where I met this guy. You can talk to this guy at the beginning of the quest in the lobby where he doesn't really have much to say, but now he's got a whole lot to say.
The White Glove Society strictly forbids eating humans, but we weren't always the White Glove Society. Mortimer and some of the others have regressed to the old ways.
Just to summarize his little lore dump here, basically, not all of the White Glove Society are cannibals. Oops. But Mortimer is trying to bring the practice back within the organization, not as a means of survival, but of luxury. He sees human meat as the pinnacle of food and has been slowly kidnapping people who wouldn't be missed here and there to eat them. But recently he's gotten sloppy, kidnapping Heck Gunderson's son, a very high-profile person here in the strip, and he plans to feed his son to the rest of the White Glove Society without their knowledge as a way to win them over. There are a few different ways you can choose to handle him from here, but I chose to go back down into the basement and kill the head chef. Not just because he was mean to me earlier and made me feel bad, but because he had been slowly perfecting this recipe that would be a good substitution for human meat that I was going to prepare for myself. I stole the recipe off his body, but apparently I was too stupid to follow it, and so I did what any sane person does. I took drugs to make me temporarily smarter so that I could cook it. I made the dish and then I called in the head waiter to serve it to the people. I opened the freezer to find Ted Gunderson, who was thankfully still alive, and I convinced him to come with me. And then I snuck us both into the room where Mortimer thought he was serving Ted to the entire organization and waited for him to deliver his speech.
As a society, we've endeavored to sample the finest food and drink the world has to offer, but we are living a lie. There is a meat sweeter than the most corn-fed livestock. And tonight, for the first time as a society, you are sampling that very dish.
Once he's done talking, you can jump out and reveal to everyone that they have not been eating human meat and that Mortimer has exposed himself. And you know, I think after my little aha moment there, I really convinced everyone how terrible cannibalism truly is. I really got through to them by exposing the evil in their organization here. And so, to thank me, they all got up and tried to kill me in an angry mob. I don't know if I did something wrong here or why they did that. I kind of thought I was going to be cheered on like a hero, but they chased me for a while. Then the mob got bigger. Every time I ran past more guards, they would join. They started to look like ants more so. Maybe they were always going to kill me, but like, holy shit, man, they're tough. They were strong in numbers. I died so many times just trying to get away. What was I supposed to do here? Did I do this wrong? I didn't even finish the quest. I just ran away. Ted is still following me to this day, right now. I don't know what to do with him. This is just one of the problems with having so many options, such open-ended quest design, is sometimes you can just fuck something up and have no idea. Still awesome though. I think it's so interesting how different the White Glove Society is from the people in Andale. The common ground that they tread despite the opposite ends of the spectrum they sit on. This is a huge reason why I love this franchise, and specifically its side content so much. The framework is so rock solid that you can just focus on telling stories of people within it. Who would you be within this world? And what kind of person can this world create? It's rare to find a game that gives you such a narrative playground, and that is what makes these games to me so special. Now we've got one more example of cannibalism within the Fallout series, and it's from a game that I initially wrote off and didn't play too much of. I know when you hear this, some of you will be a little turned off. Just remember, I'm gonna be wearing a hot dog costume. It's gonna be awesome. Just stay tuned. But it is, in fact, Fallout 76. Look at this thing. I mean, come on, you gotta stick around for this. When you're going both ways, come on guys, this is just funny. This is just funny. Yes, the example is from Fallout 76, and hot dog, it's a good one. I lied to you before, people don't change. For those of you who don't know, quick history lesson, Fallout 76 is the multiplayer Fallout game that came out in a not so playable state back in 2018. Since then though, it's gotten some pretty sizable updates and has some pretty cool stories within it if you actually go looking for it. What made this instance in Fallout 76 so interesting to me, and the reason I wanted to include it in this video, is because this game specifically seems to make some interesting changes to the lore around cannibalism, specifically what eating the meat will turn you into. So I was doing the main quest in Fallout 76, which at some point involves exploring the different raider factions around the Appalachia region. One of the factions here is called the Gourmands, which is known for their immoral choice in meats. You can find their old hideout in a place called Bolton Greens, originally a private school for all the rich kids, now turned into a big hideout full of meat bags. The Gourmand raiders seem to have been run off pretty recently by these scorched enemies. It couldn't have been too long ago, given that some of these skeletons left behind still have muscle and fat left on them. I broke into the only locked room in the building and came across the Gourmands terminal. It details how they got this place, how their leader was a man named Morris Stevens, and how they only had one rule: don't eat members of the gang. So the lowest possible bar. They had one rule: hey, you can eat people, that's fine, but don't eat your bros. Strict ban on broloni. That one was a stretch. And somehow, even still, the leader, Morris Stevens, he wasn't going to be able to accommodate that. That was just kind of too far of a rule. You know, they're really trying to put a lot of pressure on him, put him in a box. You can't put Morris in a box. He ate one of the guys just walking around, and not even because he was hungry, he just felt like it. All the logs say he was like a fat bastard, just a gluttonous man slapping his big belly around. It doesn't seem like any of them really are doing this for survival at this point. More almost like it's a culture, a way of life for them. Anyway, Morris was exiled from the Gourmands and was said to have headed out west. I looked on the map and found a cave out towards the east and just headed that way. Bones hung from the entrance. And as I went inside, enemies crawled out from under the ground and charged towards to attack me. Now I won't lie to you, I bought up to level 50 so it wouldn't take me months to get strong enough to get in here, and I think I overshot it just a little bit. I kind of one-shot everything in here with a basic shotgun. It was a little disgusting. I would have left my light on so that y'all could see more, but I thought the cave ambience looked cool, so sorry, it's just gonna be dark. My bad. But it looks cool though. I like the pretty lights. I eventually came across this skeleton of a woman with a note laid next to it. Morris hunts people from the road, but he won't share the meat. I've been living off the scraps, but the toenails keep getting caught in my teeth. Don't mind the costume change, I had to film this later. Now he's starting to look at me strangely, with hunger in his eyes. He's changing. We both are. Question is, who's going to feast first? Given that her skeleton lays here, it's pretty obvious who ate who. And that just leaves Morris, who has turned into what this game is calling a Wendigo. There's a final message left behind by Morris that I'll just let play out for you here.
Edie, darling Edie. Oh, how delicious you were. The
Staying on screen, I'm not going anywhere.
taste of your flesh as it passed down my throat. She said, I killed her. I ate her. Oh, no. But I had to. I must eat. So hungry, starving. Need more. More flesh. More blood. Need more. Find more.
So I did a little research on the Wendigo, and what I found was that it originally comes from Algonquin folklore. It's described sometimes as a creature that hunts and eats people, and other times as a spirit that will possess a human, causing them to eat other humans. It's said that those who are greedy and gluttonous are more susceptible to being possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo, which this guy definitely was. Slapping his big belly. My theory for why in Fallout canon he would become this creature is that maybe the people he was eating had trace amounts of radiation in their body because the bombs had just dropped recently, and so he was consuming all of this flesh that held the radiation, and it turned him into this specific kind of monster. But there are some supernatural and spiritual things within Fallout, so maybe this is some kind of possession. It's hard to say though, because there are no correct answers as to why this happens and why it only happens in Fallout 76. It does not appear in any other Fallout game, but it appears twice in Fallout 76. There's a complete other example of someone eating human flesh and becoming a Wendigo. Another interesting thing I found was that the faction is called the Gourmands, and the White Glove Society, there is a room in there, a restaurant called the Gourmand. The White Glove Society does talk about how they originally, as a group, went by a different name and were known for eating people, but went through a kind of corporate rebrand. Maybe the Gourmands moved out west and put on weird masks and gloves 175 years from now. I find this instance so interesting and different from the others because while, yes, it started as a means of survival, that is not why Morris continued the practice. He also wasn't looking for the most refined food in the wasteland, considering himself a connoisseur of some kind. It seemed to me more like he lost himself, like eating the flesh poisoned his mind and turned him into something else. In that holotape, you can hear a bit of Morris coming through, but he's quickly overtaken by the insatiable hunger, making this a third, completely different corner in this massive world. I think I've always found the idea of cannibalism so scary just because that hunger comes from a real place, you know? I think as people, we can all imagine a circumstance where we are lost in the wilderness and need to do what's necessary to survive. Like, it's such an outlandish, insane thought, and yet it's so real. My favorite example is probably from the Walking Dead video game, if any of y'all have ever played that. There's just a bit in there where you meet these people who seem nice and then they start trying to eat y'all. And that really freaked me out as a kid. I don't know, the concept is just like terrifying and fascinating to me. I also just think human nature in general is so fascinating and terrifying. Like, who are you when you're backed into a corner? What would a good man be willing to do? Those kinds of stories have always been interesting to me, and I think Fallout has such a unique and compelling way of telling those stories. Let me know which example you liked best. Was the one that was more interesting than the others to you? And was there anything from the Fallout universe about cannibalism that I ain't touch on that you wish I maybe would have? Let me know in the comments down below, and after that, click the card right here to go and watch another one of my videos. Thank you to the $25 patrons over here who subscribed on Patreon. Appreciate that. I am currently standing in my basement at 4 in the morning wearing a hot dog costume, and I do it for you, baby, and money. I probably also do it for money, but mostly you. Anyway, thank you so much for whatever number of subscribers is up there. I can't even keep count anymore. Y'all are changing my life in huge ways. I really appreciate it. Click the card. Thank you. And hot dog.
Maybe. Shut the fuck up. Maybe I'm going to eat or at least rest. So. Oh yeah, tomorrow there is 7 yes. Okay. Let me see. No, wrong one. This is close. Oh, Shaya is having the partner anniversary. Who else is there? Yeah, probably Shaya. Ding 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 ding. Everyone ready to raid? Raid is happy. Hold on, it is written. What the fuck? What the hell? Partner anniversary. This is if you are not sub. If you have sub, use the second one. Thank you so much for the raiders. Which were raiders? Moo, lovely Moo. And tomorrow we have Survival Sundays with with Sleepy Slee, Ruby Ravenwing, Digital Pen King, Apen Live, and me. I'm the other one. I'm missing someone. Oh, it's me. Smile. Okay, we are going to raid Shaya. You exactly. Also, thank you so much to Kiki for the bark emote. We love Kiki. And also, if you haven't seen, please remember to check out that if you're interested. If you can spare. A wee coin for the Scottish penguin. Okay, so raid Shia Pan. I had a further in my mind and almost fucked it up. So yeah, see you tomorrow in Survival Sundays. Go follow Moo, go follow Nikki, Pengu. Thank you for being here, bro. And thank you for the 11 months of T3. Wow. Who else? What? Yeah, I also hope for Autumn Steps to get better. Neki to also feel But then I think he was a bit feeling down. That's pretty much it. Take care, y'all. Love y'all. Bye bye.